is right about everything, never uses police lights, and is an all-around typical burnout coward. He's also thin as a piece of paper, so we called him Short Round on the station. We get a call about a fire in one of the concrete tower blockhouses in our district. The caller sees smoke and flames from a window. It's few hundred meters from where we are. The operation officer calls us to respond, and we slowly get there without police lights, as usual with Short Round. In the distance, I see the special order unit. 8 people driving in a police van around town with supposedly better training and equipment. Something like a SWAT unit, but they have to patrol like us. We got there at the same time because they used the police lights and we didn't. Run up the stairs, it's on 7th floor. Smell the smoke but don't see any flames. Neighbors point me to a door. Ring the doorbell hard while banging on the door, no response. Decide to kick it open. Short Round gets on the 7th floor and just stands by the window. Wait for the firefighters. They should be here any minute. I don't reply. Get a few steps back and try to kick down the door with a stop kick. Instant pain.mp4. Unlike in the movies, the door didn't even react, as if it was made from steel. Meanwhile, the 8 police officers from the special order unit get there. Get the hell out of the way. They have a battering ram. That is basically a piece of heavy as hell pipe with a square shape of steel and handles welded to it. They ram the thing into the lock area 20 or so times. Nothing. The material around the lock gets destroyed, yeah, but the door itself doesn't move at all. We all look at each other. Meanwhile, the firefighters get on the scene. By now, there are about 20 people on this floor. They get a special crowbar and ram it in between the door and door frame. They do this like 10 times and pull each time. Still nothing. What the hell, man? They get a hydraulic machine they use to get people from totaled cars. With that machine, they crack the door open. Pop.mp3. As if they opened an old crypt that was unopened for 1,000 years, the flat sucks up air from the hall inside. Outside comes the heat. Firefighters get inside and go around for a while. Then they go outside. We don't need to put out any fire, but there is a dead guy in there. What? They work for a while and we let them work. When they look finished, I go inside to check out what happened inside. The flat looks not that bad. Then I turned left into the living room. This room is completely black. Edges melted here and there, but mostly intact. In the middle of the room, there is the guy. He is sitting in an armchair facing the TV in the corner of the room. He is black in some places, but mostly his skin looks like a melted candle. Some places of his skin are completely smooth and almost white. The smell is that of badly burnt meat. Hold the urge to vomit somehow. Get out of the room and check out other rooms. There is nothing usual. Then I check the main door. On each edge of the door, there is a square quadrangle with 4 holes in it the size of a thumb. There is an additional lock which turns 4 bars on each edge of the door to lock it. 2 down into the floor and 2 upwards into the door frame. I never seen this many locks before in my life, but we were in a ghetto after all. The head firefighter tells us that the guy probably had a smoke since the fire started in front of him. Fell asleep or something. The cigarette started a fire. The smoke strangled the man, then burnt the body in the flat for a while. Then physics worked, and since the fire didn't have any oxygen because every window and door was closed, it just went out itself. The firefighters didn't use a single liter of water, which was luck for the neighbors under the guy. The firefighters are finished and leave, as does the special order unit. We wait for 2 hours for criminalistics to come down. They check it out, it's just an accident, so they leave. It fell into our hand to investigate. The guy was actually an old man without any relatives. The door was smashed up and we couldn't close it and lock it, so we needed someone to take it. Wife, son, brother, it didn't matter to us. We managed to dig up a stepson who told us to fuck off, so we had to guard the flat until someone took it or repaired the door. We meant me in this case, of course. I was new. Short Round being the fucker, he has left me there to guard it without us taking turns. I close the door as much as I can because I don't want to be inside and wait. Stand guard for 2 hours. The undertakers come. They lift the old man off the armchair and the body is burned to the armchair. As they lift him up, this rips up his backside and some of his insides spill out on the armchair. Burnt smell spills out again. I almost vomited. The dead know only one thing: it is better to be alive. They take him away. Now guard the door for hours. The only thing I have on me is my equipment, my watch, lighter and cigarettes, and old push-button phone. Sit down on the stairs with a view of the flat and keep guard. Get bored and check inside the flat. A normal everyday flat on the right side from the door is completely untouched by the fire. The middle side is melted a little, and the living room is the worst. Check around. Normal furniture, closed windows with open blinds on them. Go outside of the flat and sit on the stairs. It is around midnight now. Hear a low noise from inside the flat. Yeah, right. .jpg. Ignore it. I checked the flat like 3 times before and there was nothing in there. Another hour passed and I get sleepy. Hear the noise again. Something like a low rustle of things. Go inside the flat to check it out. Shine a flashlight around. Check the burned out living room. Nothing. Start to turn around and leave when the light rests on the blinds. They move once, only a little. Let the eye of the flashlight rest on the blinds for a while. Nothing, 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 nothing. Now they move and rustle around a little. Nothing. What? It is virtually impossible for the blinds to move. The windows were closed and there was no draft. Get to the blinds and window and open the window wide for a while. As oxygen gets inside, I can breathe a little easier. Close the window. Check other rooms and find nothing. Sit on the stairs outside, wait for hours again and hear nothing from inside. Forget about the noise and get angry for being stuck here guarding the door again. In the morning, ask the landlord for some tools, hammer specifically. Ram the hammer to one of the square quadrangles a few times to get it in the normal position and manage to lock it. End of shift. Take a shower and go to sleep.
Not paranormal, just messed up. I grew up in an Eastern European shithole. I was about 8 years old, in the middle of the harshest winter experienced recently. Blizzard and sleet outside. I was watching TV with Grandma. Suddenly hear a blood-curdling cry from outside the apartment block. Everyone is spooked. Ex-Securitate Grandpa grabs a flashlight and aluminum bat and goes outside to check it out. I ran to the balcony to see him in the courtyard. And then, I see him. A guy splayed on the icy ground, head cracked open, and blood pooling all around him. Grandfather finally arrives at the courtyard, yells at me to go back inside. I stand there stupefied as he calls emergency services. The police determined that he was probably a burglar looking to break into some of the top-floor apartments. He slipped due to the ice and fell 15 stories head first. The blood pool stayed there for the rest of the winter because the police and the hospital didn't give a damn. And our Greek Orthodox neighbors were too superstitious to touch it.
2020. It's beginning of May. I am still a cop on the streets of the capital city in Slavic country, East European. The plague did not hit hard yet at this point, but our country still got real totalitarian regime-style regulations. The masks, the curfew, the shops closing, etc. I am a police officer, so I am the necessary tool for the implementation of the regulations. While we were the imperial soldiers rounding up the innocent with the guilty, our commanding officers and politicians were messiahs, the real saviors of the poor. They went to battle facing death with their chin held high, calm as you please. One order from them and us mortals on the front line would move like pawns across a chessboard to our grisly fates. Whatever man.mp4, at least I got a job in today's economy. The day is December 5th, 2020, and I remember this exactly because my stepfather died on this exact day a month ago because of the plague. He had Parkinson's. Get to the station after a 2-week leave of absence, and I'm still a little shaken up, but don't let it show. I am stationed with a guy straight from the police academy. Turns out he was in the army before and is a pretty okay guy. It's 10 minutes into the shift and we get called to some remote forest area where some guy can't get in touch with his friend. We get there and are in an area where you can get to with a car. About 2 kilometers inside the forest area. We walk this forest path for a while. Don't know if we are getting to him, get the feeling we are. There is a fork in the road and some guy stands at the fork, cross between a hobo and normal guy. You called? Yeah, it's my friend, hasn't seen him for a month, so I decided to check him out and well, he's dead. He takes a sip out of a plastic beer bottle he has on him. This guy is actually pretty shaken up, but decides to lead us to the dead guy anyway. We live together in the forest, but I moved out a few months ago. Hobos again. We go a while off path in the forest, then he stops going and points into the forest. We could smell the guy some good 100 meters from where he was. Sorry, I waited here already and saw it. Gulp.wav, seen some dead bodies before, but this had to be the second worse. The guy was inside the tent, obviously. There were bugs everywhere. I really don't want to, but start to open the tent. Bugs fly out, close the tent. We guard the perimeter and call criminalistics. As usual, we waited for some 2 hours for these guys to get there. Then we waited for the coroner. The coroner is actually a cute girl about my age. Sometimes the job chooses you, I guess. The coroner needs to get the guy out of the tent. Minute of silence.mp3. It would probably be easier to cut the tent off him, I say. Everyone agrees and we start to cut off the tent. First the stench, then bugs fly out. The guy is rotten and some places are already black with rot. Still somehow in one piece and not bloated, but nature has been reclaiming the man for a while. The coroner examines the guy quite thoughtful, turns him around, gags a few times, but does a good job. No external causes of death, cause of death unknown. Estimated time of death. She starts to look around and there are some packages of spread food open around. According to the look of the body in these packages, I would say a month ago, around December 4th, 2020. What are the odds.x? Stand there white as a sheet the rest of the time. I have to wait there for another 2 hours until the undertaker comes. Still makes me think sometimes it could be a coincidence, but still, why that same exact date? That meant he died the same day as my stepfather. If she was guessing anyway, why that same exact number?
Be me. 10 or 11 years old at that time. Live in a post-Soviet Eastern European country. The town is littered with abandoned industrial and railway infrastructure. Hang around it with a couple of my friends. Suddenly, one of them picks up a small bone from between the tracks. We quickly get carried by our imagination and decide to conduct an investigation. Gather there next day with paper bags, a shoebox in which we would store evidence and other similar things. Follow the tracks leading towards an abandoned train station. Decide to make a small detour to check a nearby structure. It was a patch of land surrounded by a 2 or so meters tall concrete wall with an old switchgear in the entrance. We were small enough to slip past the weirdly placed switchgear and enter the enclosed space. It was filled with tall grass, wild bushes, and growing trees. Nothing interesting. Suddenly, one of us notices a few trash bags in the furthest corner from the entrance. They were filled with bones. We grab 1 or 2 of them and start running away. We quickly reach the station, put the bones inside the shoebox, which we then hide in some hole below the station. We get away from the tracks and don't really talk much about our findings. A few days later, me and one of my friends who was there gather enough courage to return both the bags and the shoebox are gone. It's not paranormal or anything. I suspect poachers. I bet some random drinking teenagers found that shoebox and got even more scared than we did.
Not really spooky, but strange, somehow bordering the lines of human sanity, I think. To preface, I work in the police force in a small EU East Bloc country, the Hive. 2018, I am a 29-year-old male. February, the capital of the East Bloc country. Edge of town, not the outskirts. Known to be a big ghetto of gypsies back from 2001 when flood destroyed their natural habitat downtown. Patrol the streets in a car with partner. 2 a.m. empty streets. Kinda boring, really no action, and I remember getting sleepy, just about ready to get back for a break. Suddenly get a direct call on the radio from the station inspector of the night. Yep, we're listening. Get back to the station, there's a weird guy here. Inspector is at the station alone at night, so sometimes people come at 2 a.m. to report their car getting jacked, etc. Usually these people have problems, either in the head, alcohol, drugs, etc. Got it. I turn on the police lights and double time it back to the station to help the inspector. Get to the station, open the main doors, and it's dark inside. Only light I remember in the waiting room, where people wait to get their turn, is light from the vending machine. The guy sits there. White, thin guy, old clothes, bald spot on his head, and his look is kinda out of there. He scratches his neck from time to time. Warning bells start ringing in my head. The guy looks at me, not saying anything, and I don't say anything either. Shake head and go to the inside room to the inspector. What's up with that guy? Yeah, inspector shrugs. What does he want? Dunno, you ask him. I just let him in, but he's fishy, so I leave this one to you. Inspectors are usually just the kinds of clerk white-collar cops who just handle reports on the station and relay info to the outside patrols, etc. They also work 24-hour shifts, so this guy just doesn't have the temper to deal with some nut job. Go to the guy with my partner. What's the problem? He scratches behind his neck and stands up. He's really short, no danger in the regard of fighting him, but still get really bad vibes from him. I got bugs in my apartment, he says. So? Call the exterminator to get rid of them. You really go to a police station at 2 a.m. to report this? Well, I need you to take a look. Seemed like a waste of time to me, and my partner shook head at me, but I just got this weird feeling to check it with him. He clearly wasn't right in the head, and something could be up in his flat. All right, we'll take a look. We go with him to our car and seat him in the back seat with my partner beside him. Go to the address, go to the apartment. He unlocks the door and waits. Get a flashlight and open the door. The flat is old style, as if from the 50s. Commie country that time. Stale, murky air, but nothing weird. Turn on lights in the hallway and get left to what looks like a bedroom. Shine flashlight on what looks like a bed. Jumping and instant movement of a black tide of what looks like millions of bugs on the bed. Take 3 steps out of the room in terror, but have to check it anyway. Could be dead body or something. Turn on the lights. The bugs look like bed bugs and scatter inside of a bed as the lights turn on. No stench of a dead body, though. And the room is unkept. Not filthy, just unkempt. Dust on everything, an overflowing garbage bin with more bugs crawling out. The guy is behind me and scratches his neck. See? Of course I see. Check the room for foul play, find nothing, just bugs everywhere. Check other rooms and surprisingly find another bedroom that looks fine, unused though. Anyway, nothing for the police. Call an exterminator or something, I say as we prepare to get out. Or use the other bedroom. Can't use that one. Mother died there a few weeks back. So you use the bug-infested one instead. He scratches his neck. Nothing for the police here, have a nice day. We get out and report to the inspector, then resume our patrol of the streets. 4 a.m. we drive past the metro station. Bugman stands there outside of the station, nobody around. He watches our car drive by slowly. Get to the station again and check the car. Find a few bed bugs inside where he sat. Get the car professionally cleaned.
On a stroll through a park near where I live. Around dusk, early fall. Stop for a second. Decide to sit down on a bench. Immediately, I started feeling weirdly dizzy after I sat down. Breathe in and out slowly to collect myself. Air starts smelling very metallic for some reason. Get a taste in my mouth. The best way I can describe it is the aftertaste of cheap coffee. I stand up again, and I rub my eyes a little. When I reopen my eyes, everything is very different. Notably, the trees in the park had changed. Originally, I think they were aspens or birches. I'm not 100% sure, but now they looked like pine trees. I looked around, and I noticed in general the nearby architecture had changed too. It went from standard brownstone shit to very brutalist, almost Soviet. I stumble out of the park, going back the way I came, or mostly, the path had changed a lot. I get out onto the street, and I immediately ask an old woman who was walking by what time it was, and more importantly, where I was. She looked at me confused and spoke something in Russian that I didn't understand at all. I thought she must have been a foreigner, and I walked off again. I found another guy in a suit that looked weirdly dusty. His skin was kind of pale too. Asked him the time, he glared at me and hissed at me, like a snake. I was absolutely bewildered by this, and thought I must just be having some kind of episode. I walked home, or where my apartment would have been. In its place was this little coffee shop that looked very, very familiar. I open the doors and step in. Immediately, I don't feel dizzy anymore, and the air smells normal, and I don't taste anything either. People are having chats all around me in the coffee shop, all in English. I stop and walk back out. Everything's back to normal. A few months later, a Russian family moves in the apartment below me.
Hey X, I'm going to tell you a story my grandfather told me about a week ago. I live in a small, 125,000 people city in Poland called Płock. In 1976, after our economy broke down, there were 3 main protests, one of them in Płock. Communist government wanted to punish the organizers and send riot police and militias to find them. My grandfather was back then a militias officer, and after these protests he had to find a man called Stanisław Kluczynski, who was one of the leaders of the rebellion. That is all you need to know now what my grandfather told me. They followed Kluczynski outside of the town into the small village Podolszyce. Now it's part of Płock, where his father's house is. My grandfather and his people set up an observation camp on a hill near the house and started waiting to see if he called for someone or something like that. After 10 minutes, Stanislaw Kluczynski walked into the library room and he covered all the windows. At that moment, my grandfather decided to walk in and arrest him because it was taking too much time, and Kluczynski didn't want to communicate with any other organizers. When they were near front doors, they heard loud bang like grenade explosion and saw pure light emanating from inside the house. After they entered, they saw that all the furniture, paintings, etc. were burned. My grandfather walked into the library room to see that all the windows were broken. He saw the shape of a man untouched by burning on the wall of the library. The body was nowhere to be found. In the air, they feel the smell of ozone, and after the storm. When called to the report, the case was taken over by the ministry, and they were forbidden to speak about it ever again. They cleared Kluczynski from the official report. My grandfather said that he did not tell this to anyone, even after the Soviet Union fell apart. Feel free to discuss and speculate. I'm curious as hell to find out what happened there, but the lack of any official data makes it a difficult task.
I'm from Poland myself, and I remember a story of my grandma getting a visit from a ball lightning. You know, how they say they move somewhat purposefully. The one in question entered through an open window and strolled through corridors really slow till it somehow traveled to the barn and set the hay on fire. It kind of begs the question about the direct path of the lightning, and why was the window open in the stormy weather? Maybe it just appeared within the house. I heard this story a while ago. I only remember the purposeful stroll towards the barn being a thing. The funny thing is that for old people, mostly in villages, unnatural things like that are pretty normal, and they don't think about it much.
I think we make reality by the way we believe it is. Some things can only be perceived if you don't actively believe they are impossible. Then, ball lightning was reported to appear and act weird all over the world, including just spontaneously springing into existence within passenger plane cabins.
My stepfather, who is from Finland, saw ball lightning as a kid coming through the window and just slowly hovering around the kitchen and exiting the roof after some time. My opinion is that these phenomena are not lightning, but something like the brown mountain lights, maybe the air ionized by a thunderstorm, makes them visible and glow in our range of visible light.
Actually, some more Polish spooks. My grandma is an orphan. She lost her mother and her father married a woman named Angela. She was remembered by my grandmother and my mother as an extraordinarily good and pious person. After she died, she was reportedly seen many times over my baby mother's bed, looking at her. Also, my granddad used to scare me with many folklore boogeymen, including Dziady, which would traditionally translate into ancestors or forefathers. I was a child with some really vivid imagination, and left alone at home, I would imagine all sorts of those bodies rampaging all over the flat as I just barricaded myself in a room under the table. Dziady were those black-clad, blue-skinned men with familiar yet vicious faces and elephantine almost ears. It came as a shock to me when 12 years later in a literature class I opened my textbook on a page regarding folklore spirits to see Dziady described and depicted as what? Blue-skinned men in black clothes with big ears.
I love cryptid shit myself, so I was pretty excited when I recently found out that my late grandfather had an encounter with one when he and my father lived in the Soviet Union. Granddad, an electrical engineer, gets called to a town near the shores of the Lake Baikal. Lake Baikal is known for, among other things, being fed by 330 rivers but emptying into only one, having an incredible ecosystem of thousands of species, half of which are only found there, being the deepest lake in the world, being the biggest lake in the world by surface area, and being the oldest lake in the world, as well as being the center of all manners of legends and creepy shit. So my grandfather arrives by the time it's getting dark, so the client insists that he stay the night in the Gostinica, but not before inviting him for supper. Over the meager meal, they discuss details of the problem and possible solutions. As the sky darkens, the client makes an odd remark that sounds out of place coming from the mouth of such a fellow. Do take care not to leave your room in the Gostinica during the night. There are creatures out there. After checking how much vodka the client had drank, my grandfather asks him what he means. And after a little hesitation and a request not for him to talk about this, the client obliges my grandfather. Around the forests, we find huge mounds of droppings with whole skeletons intact of sizes everything between and including wolves to bears. These shit mounds are left by giant snakes that live in the lake. This was the only doubtful part of the story, as a snake usually wouldn't want to venture into the freezing cold lake, though it would make a great deal of sense for such a creature to reside in burrows underground. Reports of sightings of the creatures are only heard once or twice a year compared to the often seen mounds because, well, human bones too fall under the purview of everything in between. And when a set is found, reports of a missing person from as far as a few towns over are never far behind. But try not to think too much about what I've just told you. Just stay in your room for the night and do have a good night's rest. My grandfather had little trouble not thinking about it as he made his way to his room that night, as it frankly stunk of giant snake shit. So giving the whole silly thing no more thought, he changed into his nightclothes and swung open the room window to let a cool breeze in. He studied the schematics a little longer until he was satisfied that he had figured it out, then got up to extinguish the light to get some sleep. Turning towards his bed in the now dark room, he sees, peeking through the opened window, the head of a huge snake illuminated by pale moonlight, its further tongue flicking up and down. As any sane man would do, he ran into the closet and shut the door behind him. For not more than 20 seconds, he heard the most infernal thrashing of wood against wood and leathery flesh, and of papers and bed covers being whipped about at breakneck speeds. That small time felt like an eternity, as did the minute or so until he heard a rapping on his room's door and a man's voice. "What the hell is going on in there? You've woken everybody up and I've called the police." My grandfather rushed out of the closet, through the wrecked room, and out into the hallway, slamming the door behind him. He gets accosted by the owner until the police arrive, who inspect the room, or what was left of it. Papers are all about, the furniture reduced to splinters, and the bed covers were nowhere in sight. My grandfather collected his few remaining things and, as per police's orders, was given a different room for the night. One of them stepped aside to talk to my grandfather. "Don't open your window again. We don't want to come back here again tonight to recover a body or worse." Rest of the trip went uneventfully. My grandfather fixed the problem and promptly returned to Ukraine, where he and my father, then in his early youth, lived. But my grandfather did bring one thing back. On a trip to the Museum of Natural History, he brought it in between the pages of a book, meaning it was probably a scale. My grandfather showed it to the curator, who shows great interest in it. My grandfather relates the story of how he got it as the curator inspects excitedly. The curator asks if he can hang on to it to conduct some research and ensures my grandfather that he'll show him his findings. My grandfather accepts and parts with the thing. But the curator never did get back to him. But my grandfather did get back to the curator after having some difficulty finding him. The curator responded almost angrily to being questioned about the item and his research on it. "That thing you brought me was a hoax and nothing more. I've decided I want nothing to do with the damned fake, and I suggest you decide the same." And that concludes the story. Now, the strangest thing about this story, at least to me, is that before hearing it, I had heard of all sorts of strange goings-ons in and around Lake Baikal, but never of anything like this. The only thing relatively close was a single isolated mention of a possibility of a Nessie-style plesiosaur-type thing entering the ecosystem through one of the 330 rivers feeding the lake, since one of those things could possibly be mistaken as a giant snake. But there's just about nothing else. Quite the peculiar affair, isn't it? What's hiding or being hidden at Lake Baikal?
I hope that you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. If you enjoyed tonight's story, then please subscribe to the channel as more green texts will appear daily. A new broadcast will appear when the clock strikes midnight Central Time.
Remember to check the Odyssey and Rumble pages for separate archives of previous broadcasts.
Pick unrelated. Be me. 14 at the time. Go camping with parents and younger sister. Not incest.png. At Mount Diablo. NCA for anyone interested. Set up camp, sun goes down. Sit around fire till about 11 o'clock, just talking and shit. Cool parents let me have alcohol, so I am a little bit tipsy. They go to bed in their tent. Me and sister are sharing a tent about 50 feet away. Go lay down in tent, talk for a little while. Hear a weird sound off a ways outside the tent. Think at first it's my parents fucking. It's too far away and on the opposite side of where they are. It sounded like nails on a chalkboard, but organic, like something living had made it. Really hard to describe. Tell my sister it's a deer. She is tired and has had a little bit to drink too, so she accepts that and falls straight to sleep. Lay in sleeping bag for about 15 minutes. Cannot sleep. Not really worried about sound. 30 minutes pass by. I still cannot sleep. Fuck my life. If I had just fallen asleep, none of this would have happened. Start to hear rustling a little ways off. Tell myself it's probably just my dad taking a shit. It sounds like rustling leaves at the top of a tree though. It starts to get really aggressive, like whatever it is trying to take the tree down. Suddenly, it gets really quiet. Too quiet. .png. Try to relax. I have been camping for years and know what foxes and mountain lions sound like. I've heard just about every animal in California forests and still have no idea what could have made the sound I heard then. Literal screech pierces the air. Screech is not a good way to describe it. It sounded like nails on a chalkboard at 100 times the volume. But the tone was wrong. It had an organic, almost raspy quality to it. Definitely made by an animal. Start to freak the fuck out. Don't want to wake up my sister because she is a giant pussy who will probably just start crying and say I'm trying to scare her. Ain't trying to piss off my parents. Calm self down. Decide to stay awake all night and listen for it. If it gets closer, I'll go wake up Dad. I have definitely sobered up by now. Holy fuck. .png. Scared, but I also feel brave for not running to my parents. An hour passes. Ain't heard shit. Get bored. Start playing on my little 20 questions ball thing. Those were the shit. Hear sounds kind of near the tent, but brush them off as small animals. They were not coming from the trees. Keep playing. 30-ish minutes pass. Suddenly realize something. There were no sounds coming from outside. Dead silence. Peek head out from under my sleeping bag. Literally nothing. Heart starts beating really fast. Get this overwhelming sense of dread. It's cold, but I start sweating like fuck. Sit there, unmoving in silence for what felt like forever. Ears begin to adjust to the silence, and I realize I can hear something. Very quiet, but I can just barely pick it up. Realize I can hear breathing. Oh fuck. Again, it is in the opposite direction of where my parents' tent is, towards the forest. Not my sister. She is under her sleeping bag, and her breathing is different. The breathing sounds like a horse after it runs. Big, deep breaths from a big, big animal. Raspy as fuck. Start trying to convince myself all the noises are coming from a hurt deer or something like that. But deers do not fucking scream like that. Listen for 10 minutes or so. Sister snores, and I get distracted for a second. Try to home back in on the sound. Realize it's gone. Everything is back to dead fucking silence. Practically pissing myself at this point. The feeling of dread is not going away. It's getting worse and worse. Start fumbling around as quietly as I can for my flashlight. Hands clammy, fingers spaghetti. Start to smell something weird. Smells like fucking death. Shit, 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 shit. Everything smells like blood. Praying that my dad will smell it and wake up. Try to call him, but my throat closes up. Can't even fucking croak, I'm so fucking scared. Hear something extremely close to the tent, like the sound your lips make when you open your mouth loudly. Silently start crying. Finally find my flashlight. Trying to find the balls to turn it on. Hear sound extremely fucking close to the tent. Right fucking in front of me. It was like a guttural moan. Like when huskies talk, but really, really deep and raspy. Time to die.png. Starts making the sound over and over again. Literally piss myself. In the dark, I can kind of see something press up against the tent. Vaguely face shaped. Realize it's trying to actually say something. Tell myself, I'm going to count down from 10, then turn on my flashlight and fucking book it to my parents' tent. 10. It stops its talking. 9. 8. 7. Shaking so fucking bad. Trying to find the tent zipper. 6. 5. Can still see it pressed up against the tent. Realize that my sister is still asleep. Fuck it. 4. Get out of sleeping bag. 3. Start to unzip tent. Look back to where the face was. It's gone.png. Nope. Unzip tent, tripping over the opening. Run as fast as I fucking can to parents' tent. Trying to scream as loud as I possibly can, but still nothing will come out. Crash into my parents' tent. Anon, what the fuck? Grabbing dad, hysterical at this point. He must have been able to tell how scared I was, because he instantly changed from angry to concerned. What the fuck is that smell? Can barely fucking speak. There's a face out there. I've never really seen my dad look scared, but if there was a time he did, then that was it. Where is your sister? Oh shit. Shit. She's still in the tent. It's open. It's open. It's fucking open. Fucking lose it. Hysterical. I run outside, and my dad runs after me. I turn on flashlight, and he grabs it, and we both keep running towards the tent. Knees are shaking so bad I can barely run. Dad starts screaming for my sister. See the tent. Dad stops and tells me to stay back. It might be a rabid animal if it's not scared by us. Can barely whisper. Daddy, it is not an animal. He starts shining the flashlight around the tent and yelling. It must be a skunk or something. It smells like shit. My face went. Skunks don't fucking smell like rotting blood. I think he was trying to be brave. We walk around the mouth of the tent. Anon says, are you awake? Gets closer to the mouth of the tent. It's dark in the tent, even though we have a flashlight. Almost looks like a shadow or something being casted in the tent. Wait, there is nothing to be casting a shadow there. I think me and my dad both realize this at the same time. His voice is kind of shaky now. Anon says, sorry this is taking so long. Blame Steve Jobs. Shadow kind of shudders. Yeah, it's not a fucking shadow. Whoever is in the fucking tent, get the fuck out right now. Dad starts running at the tent. This fucking thing turns around. Completely black. That is why we thought it was a shadow. But its face was white. Just fucking white. Completely flat. No nose. It had what I guess you could call eyes. Just vertical slits on its flat face. No visible mouth. We'll try to draw a pic. Dad stops dead in his fucking tracks. Just shining a light on it. Suddenly, it takes off on all fours and runs out of the tent, back into the woods. It ran almost like a cat when it gets scared. That is the only way I can describe it. Dad is only shocked for a second, but then he runs into the tent to check on Sister. Dad picks up Sister. What the fuck? This bitch is still asleep. She wakes up. Why are you yelling? It's the middle of the night. So you're okay? We go back to car. Dad tells Mom we need to leave right now. Stop. You're overreacting. It was probably just a raccoon. Stop being such a pussy. I am not about to drive home in the dark and crash. Blah blah blah. Bitch. I'm still scared as fuck, but I'm not pissing myself anymore. It's like maybe 2 or 3 a.m. at this point. Dad finally compromises. Says that we can sleep in the car until 6 a.m. and then we are leaving. Get situated. Dad is still worried about my sister. She seems fine now and falls asleep in the back. Mom and Dad can't sleep, so they go back to their tent, but lock us in the car. Laying on the ground. Yeah, I'm not fucking sleeping. An hour passes. Nothing. Well, I had a whole thing typed out and the FUD was gone. Fuck mobile. Anyways, this is the last update. We all get into the car to try and wait till morning. Dad is still worried about my sister, but she doesn't seem to remember anything and falls back asleep on the seats in the back. Mom is still pissed and cannot sleep. Makes my dad go back to the tent to sleep there with her. They lock us in the car. I am laying on the ground next to the back seats. Yeah, there is no fucking way I am sleeping. Still scared, but not pissing myself anymore. An hour passes. Start getting hopeful and it's gone for the night. Nope. Smell comes back. So much fucking worse. No fresh air in the car, and I think I'm going to vomit. Start to hear shuffling on the ground outside. Don't fucking look out the windows. My head is near the hinge of the car doors. Start to hear something messing with the car. Sounds like something scraping its nail back and forth over the hinge. Scrape, click, scrape. Close my eyes and tell myself, no matter what, to not look outside. Start hearing this heaving sound. Sounds like coughing, laughing, and breathing, all at the same time, right next to my head. Start crying again, too scared to scream. The moaning starts again. It's fucking saying hi, over and over again. Desperately trying to call my dad. Sister wakes up. What's going on? Where's Dad? Emma, what is that? Oh God, help. Please God, help me, Dad. Where are you, Emma? Please open your eyes. What is that? What is that? Hear parents scrambling out of tent. I don't know what they saw, because my eyes were still closed, but whatever it was, scared them enough to drive away right then, and have my dad come back the next day for our stuff. I've camped there numerous times after this, and experienced nothing. Hope this was worth the wait. Any idea what I might have seen? Pick related. Worst trip ever. So, this is something that happened about a year ago. I have never believed in the paranormal, or anything like that. But after this, I don't even know what to believe. This takes place in Northern Europe, where I just so happen to live. Be me, 18. Just got driving license, so really excited about driving and doing shit that requires a car. Parents have a mansion-type place and campgrounds in the woods, which they sometimes rent out. Summer just started, but no one is renting the place for the next week. Invite 6 of my friends to stay in the mansion for a few days. Smoke some weed, drink, etc. We have 2 cars, 1 SUV, and my shitty 15-year-old Honda Civic. I should mention that the mansion and all of the shit sits on a huge plot of land, and it is pretty deep in the woods. The nearest road is about 3 kilometers, 2 miles away, so it is pretty isolated. Arrive at the place. It's even nicer than I remember. Everyone is hyped. We settle in and start making plans. We agree on going hiking. It was about 5 p.m., so we had a lot of time until the sun set. Smoke some blunts and drink a bit. Pack more weed and drink and go exploring. We walk around the woods for at least 5 hours. We were so stoned, so did not really realize it. Suddenly, get a weird feeling, like somebody is watching, but brush it off as paranoia from the weed. Sun starts setting, so we start going back. At some point, notice that one of us is missing. Start calling the guy, but no service. We are calling his name and slowly going back. We find him on the campground, passed out. He is a lightweight, so he probably just drank too much. Take him to the mansion and put him to bed. Make a huge bonfire and smoke some more. It was about 2 a.m. now. The guy wakes up. We ask him, how did he get to the campgrounds? Says he got really messed up and started feeling weird, was paranoid, etc. So he just wandered off. Didn't know how he got back though. So we all just chill next to the fire. Then suddenly, we hear a really high-pitched scream. Not human, for sure. Brush it off as a fox or something else. The girls get really scared though. I should mention that there are 4 guys and 3 girls, not including me. Most of them are underage, but me, a girl, and my best friend are 18. We all go to sleep at 3 a.m. after hearing the screams a few more times, but this time, they were really faint, so only me and another guy heard it. We wake up the next morning, and the guy who went missing the other night is missing again. Let's just call him Mike. Mike is missing again. We start calling him, but his phone is at the mansion. We search for him and find him at the camping site again. Think he is pulling a prank on us and give him shit for it. He says he does not know how he got there again. We find out how to believe and tell him not to do this kind of shit. Needed some supplies, so me, Mike, and best friend drove to the nearest shop, which is about 45 kilometers away. We were in the shop for a good hour. By the time we got back, everyone was already fucked up. Start getting bored, so we just start searching around in the mansion's basement. There is a lot of old cool shit in there. Find 2 World War II era guns, ammo, swords, and a lot of other weird shit. There is a lot of guns from World War II in my country, since Russia and Germany had battles here. Best friend is kind of a gun enthusiast. He cleans and fixes the guns up. There was a Mosin Nagant and an M1911. We start shooting in the camping ground and having fun. Night comes around, so time for a bonfire again. We start smoking a bong near the fire and talk about crazy shit. We hear the high-pitched screams again, and this time, they are super close, so we load up the guns and chill. No, it's just an animal, but better to be safe than sorry. A while goes by. Many people go to sleep. It's just me, best friend, Mike, and another guy. Let's call him Josh. Josh is a massive pussy. He won't even go into a room when it's dark, so he gets really paranoid. So as we listen to the screams, Josh wants all of us to go indoors just because he is scared and does not want us to be eaten or something. We give him a lot of shit, but eventually go inside. We chill for a while until we see a massive shadow in the front door window, about 30 meters from the house. It looks exactly like a person, but just bigger, and its stance is really weird. All of us get scared, but best friend steps outside with his gun and asks the shadow some questions. Suddenly, we hear a scream and running footsteps. It's best friend. He says to lock all the doors and windows. We ask him what's up, but he does not want to tell us. We lock all the doors, windows, etc., but don't wake anyone else up, because we don't want to frighten the others. I try to get best friend to talk, but he just does not want to tell us what he saw. After a while of us just spamming him with questions, he just screams. It had no face. We all get freaked the fuck out. This guy does not frighten easily, He is a massive guy, has been bodybuilding for a few years, and is about 6 foot, 3 inches tall. I have never seen him in this state. Decide to get the fuck out of here, first thing in the morning. Pack all our shit, but it's still about 2 a.m., so we have a lot of time. Decide not to sleep, just because we are afraid. Mike, me, and Josh sit in the living room, nearest to the door. Best friend is just DEFCON 1, scanning all the doors, windows, etc. Tell him to calm down, and think about the possibilities. It was dark. He was stoned. Maybe it was just a random guy. We all decide to go outside with flashlights and guns to check the place out. Josh does not want to come, since he is a pussy. We tell him to lock up after us, and only let us in. Go outside and wander near the campsite. Find massive footprints. Not boot prints, just naked footprints in the mud, heading to the mansion. We are about 100 meters away from the mansion when we all see it. It is standing next to the bonfire place. The coals are still hot and illuminating some light, so we could see it well. Faceless. Holes where the eyes should be. No mouth, but has the ability to move its jaw. We see the jaw dropping and the skin stretching where the mouth should be. Start running fast as fuck. Look behind me and see Mike and best friend doing the same thing. Look back at the fireplace and it is not there, but see shadows moving next to the mansion's entrance. Run up to the door and knock as hard as possible. Josh runs up to the door and is just pale, white as a ghost. We go in, but notice that Mike is not here. Ask Josh if he saw Mike from the windows. He says no, but saw the thing. It was about 20 meters away from him. We freak the fuck out and start screaming Mike's name through the open windows. Decide to go outside again and find him. Wake up all the people and say that Mike is missing, but don't tell them about the thing. All of the guys, except for Josh, come searching for Mike. We go to the camping grounds and see him on a bench with the thing right next to Mike. It notices us, screams, and just disappears. To this day, everyone who was there says they saw and heard it. Try to wake up Mike, but he is knocked out. Carry him back to the mansion and lock the doors. Mike wakes up screaming like hell and says he remembers everything. The first time he went missing, he met the thing. When he disappeared at night, he said he met it outside, but was not scared. It just seemed like a dream to him, and this time, it was exactly the same, as if it was controlling his mind. We tell the girls about it, but they do not believe us. Think we dropped acid. Get out of there, first thing in the morning, and have not gone back since. I have also told my parents about it, but they think we were smoking so much weed that we were imagining it all. No client has ever complained about a giant faceless guy. Mike has not been the same ever since. He does not hang out with us that much, and is kind of a loner now. Everyone else who was involved is okay, but still cannot explain it. We were thinking about going back with real guns and gear, but probably won't, since it was all so fucked up, and everyone had nightmares after this. Alright, I will take you body part by body part. Head, pale skin, holes where eyes should be, just dark holes. Nose reminded me of Voldemort. Sharp cheekbones. Mouth, the most horrific part. It was covered in skin, but stretchy skin. So if he opened it, you could see the skin stretching, and just darkness behind the skin. Body, long arms and long legs. A regular body, really skinny. I think the arms were the same pale color as the face. Was wearing a trench coat. Did not see what was underneath. That's all I can give you for now. I do not remember anything more specific. Alright, so I talked to Mike. We haven't talked for about a month. This is what he saw. Meeting the creature, it felt so real and dreamy. But when he met the thing, he felt happy and safe. He had no fear. If he was running from it with us, or saw it standing, he felt more fear than anyone else in the group. He did some research, and turns out that other people have had similar experiences. The thing does not have an official name, but there are some reports. He didn't have links for me though. He said that after the experience, he did not feel welcome in a group, as if he was the odd one out, although he was one of the main guys in our group, the most outgoing, etc. I don't know what to think of this. I haven't really talked to the other guys yet. Mike was the first one to enter. That is why I'm posting this at the moment.
Resolve a rift in time. The creatures you see here belong to a different timeline. Prepare yourself. We must deal with this incursion. Then we will fix what is broken.
Yeah, he brought it up once, freaking out about it, but later admitted that there was no proof this was true. No, kitty litter was not offered in public schools, but that begs the question, who started this rumor? And why did the media eat it up so fast? Pearl Harbor was not a surprise. This theory states that the Pearl Harbor attack by Japan was purposely allowed to occur by the US military. Some claim that certain military officials knew about the plan, but rather than trying to prepare for the attack, they let the events unfold. The most popular version of this theory states that Franklin D. Roosevelt, the US president at the time, decided to allow the attack and use it as an excuse to enter the United States into the Second World War, as Congress and most American civilians were strongly opposed to joining the conflict. They needed an excuse to push it forward. Here's a fact. 10 hours before the event, the US intercepted Japanese radio messages that detected Japanese fleets heading very close to Hawaii, something that was considered alarming. Yet nobody warned commanders in Hawaii to send ships and air patrols to investigate the matter. It's said that Admiral Hart of the United States Navy even knew about the attacks and that they would occur sometime around December 7th. US Marines were even evacuated from China days before. They were set up in the Philippines in order to prepare for the war. Strawman legal argument. The strawman. This is a legal term used by many sovereign citizens. They believe that a person has two identities under the law, one as a flesh and blood human being, and the other being a separate entity, the strawman, that is supposed to represent you, and that's all legal responsibilities apply to that entity, but not directly to you as the flesh and blood person. Therefore, they conclude that they do not have to follow certain or all governmental laws, though you first need to go through a process which legally separates you from your strawman, according to them, involving doing something with your social security number and birth certificate. It changes according to the person, but after that, you're legally free to do anything you want, according to them, I guess. For example, some people believe that taxes and other debts only apply to the strawman and argue that them as the person should be absolved of any financial burdens. US courts usually reject these arguments though and acknowledge them as simply being scams, and the IRS has fined people for trying to do this. Though many continue to believe that this is a viable legal proceeding, there are many videos of people getting into trouble when trying this in court. Spanish conquistadors altered history. When you think of the Aztecs or Mayans, what do you think of? Does their practice of human sacrifice come into mind? Well, some believe that the Spanish conquistadors and priests, in order to dehumanize the indigenous population of Mesoamerica, would exaggerate the amount of human sacrifices that took place and lie about their reasonings behind it, simply explaining them away as savage humans that kill their own people for no reason, causing some to question the numbers of sacrificed individuals as reported by the Spanish. Post-conquest sources report that as many as 80,000 plus prisoners were sacrificed over the span of 4 days at the reconsecration of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan in 1487. That's about 15 or less sacrifices per minute. Historians now believe that these accounts were exaggerated in order to justify Spain's brutal conquest of the region. The Aztecs were also known for their use of propaganda in order to spread their political power. This would include inflating the number of enemies that were sacrificed to intimidate rivals. Missionaries at the time who actually interviewed the Aztecs themselves put the figure at around 4,000 prisoners for the Great Reconsecration. Get this, only 603 of the skulls found at the site have ever been found associated with Aztec human sacrifices as of the year 2020, which says a lot about these massive numbers. It's now understood that only high-status prisoners of war were typically sacrificed, with lower-status prisoners mainly being used as slave labor. They also burned the Mayan manuscripts with years of history and information, claiming it was pagan, forcing everyone in the region to convert to Catholicism. Here's a fun fact. 5,000 Mayan artifacts were set on fire and lit to burn in 1562. These were a collection of books and wooden figures. The Mayan codices, aka books, made of bark paper, contain historical accounts, astronomical observations, and even religious instructions for Maya priest. Diego de Landa, a Spanish priest, the guy that led this movement, couldn't even decipher the texts, but said that he knew he had to burn them because they supposedly contained lies from the devil. The guy even looks like a hater. What a bozo. It's still unknown what these books contained and how much ancient knowledge was lost due to his actions. Many times, Mayan people were burned at the stake and tortured in various ways that I can't describe here because of guidelines, but Diego took it a step further and decided that erasing their history was more impactful in the long run, as Mayans wouldn't be able to reconnect with their roots by reading the codices again. This was also done at a time when the people of the region were deciding to overthrow the Christian authorities and once again establish their own customs. So it was also a power move on behalf of Diego to burn the books. This one really pisses me off, as my family is from Oaxaca, Mexico, specifically from the Mixtec region, where we speak our own native language still. It's crazy to read how much history was erased for the sake of disconnecting us from our ancestors and their achievements though. Oil imperialism. This theory asserts that the control of the world's oil reserves is the main reason why we globally enter into many wars and altercations, and this is generally agreed upon somewhat by many economists and historians, that since World War I, it has always been a leading asset that many countries have strived to control. Many suggest that the Gulf War, the 2003 invasion of Iraq, and other altercations in the Middle East that the US has been involved with were initiated to collect all the rich oil resources in the area, explaining why the US is the leading producer of oil and is also the country who spends the most on their military. Explains a lot. Dolphin interactions, regulations, and policies. A lot of people don't know, but you could get into a lot of trouble for trying to communicate with wild dolphins. And the theories as to why they don't want us interacting with dolphins are interesting. Dolphins are known to be very smart and sentient creatures. They are even known to recognize themselves in a mirror, something that a lot of other animals can't do. They even look inside of their own mouths, something that I do on the daily. It goes to show how another animal could actually use a mirror as a tool. Now back to why we can't speak to them and why it's illegal. In the video Human-Dolphin Telepathy with Christian Dickensi, he states that dolphins could speak to humans telepathically. He recounts meeting a female dolphin in a tank alone. This dolphin was depressed and sad and its name was Dondi, and he was able to communicate with it telepathically and instruct it to do tricks and whatnot. This PhD guy, he was able to communicate with this dolphin through telepathy and was able to capture it all on camera. Of course, they already knew what tricks to do, but according to him, this was proof that they could in fact communicate with dolphins in this mysterious way. And these aren't the only people that believe that they could communicate with dolphins or other sea creatures through telepathy. Other groups exist as well that believe in this too. Ultimately, believing that all dolphins in the world could communicate with each other telepathically, and that this is a secret kept from the general public. Why? Well, because supposedly they don't want us knowing about the true sentience of these creatures and many other like them, fearing that we'll eventually discover this and put a stop to polluting the sea and destroying their homes, which would be a huge detriment to large corporations that basically profit off of pollution. Atacama skeleton. The 6-inch long, 16-centimeter skeleton remains of a humanoid were discovered in 2003 in a Chilean village in the Atacama Desert. They were given the name Ata. The remains were later tested via DNA analysis, finding that the humanoid had unusual genetic mutations most often associated with dwarfism and scoliosis, though these findings were heavily disputed for a while. Researchers opposed to this claim suggested that the skeleton remains show signs of a normal-looking fetus in development, the only difference being that it wasn't human. It even made an appearance in the 2013 UFO film Sirius, in which they speculate that the skeletal remains are that of extraterrestrial origin. This caused such an uproar that Stanford University geneticist Gary P. Nolan contacted the film's production team and got a hold of the skeleton, concluding that the remains are human. Anatomist and paleoanthropologist William Jungers hypothesized that it was a human embryo that was born prematurely and perished before or soon after birth because of the open frontal suture of the skull and the incomplete ossification of the hands and feet. Although pediatric radiologist Ralph Lackman has stated that dwarfism alone could not have accounted for all the traits identified in the embryo. Nolan's alternative theory is that Ada had a combination of genetic problems that caused the infant to be aborted before term, giving the remains a distinct look. Researchers ultimately found 64 unusual mutations in the 7 total genes linked to the skeleton, something they had never seen before. Keep in mind, these mutations have yet to be explored and studied as they were new to the researchers. Spanish conquest of America lie. When thinking of the Spanish conquest of the Americas, you most likely see it as a mass genocide, with the Spanish being the evil invaders who spread disease and took the land. But it wasn't a clear-cut story as it's often referred to. Just like any civilization, there were already major conflicts and other complex issues occurring in the Mesoamerican region, involving war and leaders with power trips. So much so that the Tlaxcala people who were being surrounded by the Aztecs, the Mexica, decided to ally with the Spanish, of course after a brief battle with them, but ultimately supplying them with resources like food, fresh water, routes, and men to defeat and take down the powerful Aztec Empire, the Mexica Empire. Now let me get into the details. There were only about 600 Spanish men who arrived to take over the Mexica, with a few horses. Most of the army used to take over the Mexica Empire actually consisted of the tens of thousands of Tlaxcala allies and other neighboring indigenous groups who had similar motives, meaning without the Tlaxcala people, Cortez would most likely not have been able to conquer the Mexica, as they were greatly outnumbered. It was actually recorded that heading west, Cortez and his men would come across natives of the area who would tell stories of the cruel treatment at the hands of the Mexica, the Aztecs. They knew that an alliance would benefit them both. After winning, the Tlaxcala were given what they were promised, rule over their own government and lands, and they were not forced to pay taxes, as long as they converted to Catholicism though. Thriller album cover changed. This is in reference to the pretty famous Thriller album cover by Michael Jackson, where he's leaning on the ground. Apparently, many people recall him simply wearing a black button-down shirt, with white or black buttons. But if you look at the album cover now, he is sporting a casual black zip-up hoodie. I guess this made its way onto TikTok, where people are arguing whether or not this is a Mandela effect. I don't have a preference for either one, but what do you guys remember him wearing on this iconic album cover? Solipsism. Have you ever thought that maybe this is all a dream? That you're the only real person in your universe and that everyone else is an NPC, a construction of your own creative mind? Maybe our own perception is deceiving us into believing what we see exists outside of ourselves, outside of our brains. But in reality, nothing truly exists outside of one's own perception. Solipsism is the philosophical theory that the self, you as a single person, the individual, are the only thing that can be trusted as real and truly existing, believing that even other human beings are illusions created by our inner consciousness. René Descartes, a French philosopher, arrives at only a single first principle, that he thinks. This is expressed in Latin phrase cogito ergo sum, the English translation being, I think, therefore I am. Descartes concluded, if he doubted, then something or someone must be doing the doubting. Therefore, the very fact that he doubted proved his existence. The simple meaning of the phrase is that if one is skeptical of existence, that is in and of itself proof that he does exist. I like how the simple idea of just thinking proves that we exist, but cannot prove that other things around us are real or are manifestations in different forms. This kind of thinking, I believe, is rather dangerous though, as it has led some down paths of alienation from those around them and could lead to the loss of empathy. What does your mother or father, family, and friends truly mean if nothing were real and everything was a figment of your imagination. It would eventually drive someone crazy. Inca skull surgery. When I think of the words ancient surgery, I usually think of the early days. You know, the 1800s type shit, when they had surgery theaters in which they would perform the surgery in front of other people, and the doctors wore suits. I highly recommend the television show The Nick. It depicts the early history of Western surgery practices and really showcases how far medicine has advanced. But the 1800s wasn't the first time major successful surgeries were completed. Apparently, we can trace this practice all the way back to the ancient Peruvians. When digging up ancient Peruvian graves, archaeologists started to notice that there were openings in the skulls of many individuals. These ancient skulls revealed that the holes were deliberately made when the person was still alive and showed that they lived well after the surgery was performed. They would go on to find the instruments used to perform these surgeries as well, like the tumi, a bronze sharp knife used to make an opening in the skull, and other objects to probe inside, known as trepanation. The act was most likely part of a ritual. In 2018, a study came out showcasing the remarkable feats they achieved in surgery, as there was a 75 to 83% survival rate for those who had surgery during the Inca Empire, according to research conducted by the World Neurosurgery Journal. Those percentages even spiked higher to 91% when additional skull samples were found from the same time period, outperforming the 50% survival rate of trepanation surgeries during the Civil War era in the United States, some 400 years later, which consisted of very similar methods. Civil War medical records revealed that 46% of patients would die due to cranial surgery, as opposed to the Inca, who had a 17% fatality rate. This, of course, isn't a dig at Civil War doctors, as they probably had to deal with bullet wounds and other objects lodged in heads, but more of a highlight of the ancient Incas' strange amount of knowledge on brain surgery, which ties into the whole hidden or lost knowledge theory, which implies ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we give them credit for. The Adam and Eve story. This entry is in reference to Dr. Chan Thomas's The Adam and Eve Story, in which he details how humanity might become extinct due to the shift of Earth's magnetic poles, which according to the book occurs every 6,500 years as part of a cycle. The planet will allegedly flip and be at a standstill, causing havoc on Earth. Released in 1966, it was quickly classified by the CIA before anyone could read it. That is, until the year 2013, when it was declassified, but only 57 pages worth out of the 284 total pages. The rest were scrubbed, or as they put it in the page description, sanitized for release. In the book, he presents evidence of why a shift is coming to the Earth's poles. Basically, this cycle has always occurred on Earth according to the book, resetting human civilization every time, claiming that we are only the sixth advanced civilization to be on planet Earth. Though this concept isn't only unique to him and his book, the study of Earth's poles and theories about them shifting predate his report. His unique claim is that it all occurs within a single day, unlike other theories that suggest it takes a long period of time. It all supposedly starts with a massive earthquake, unlike anyone has ever experienced before. This shaking on Earth then causes great tsunamis that overtake cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco. The wind surges inland will cause great destruction and sweep people off their feet in a matter of seconds, due to Earth's air and water continuing to spin as the planet comes to a stop. One side of the planet will see a massive rise in temperature as the sun directly faces it, while the other side will see a new ice age. All of these events will span for 6 days. On the 6th day, it will finally calm down, and things will begin to settle as the new poles are established. Greenland and Antarctica will no longer be under ice. Instead, the tropical will now flourish in these places. Though those who survive will need to start from scratch, and that's what he believes has already occurred to past civilizations. And this is a controversial idea, of course, as it supports the global flood theory, supported by stories from ancient civilizations who claimed that there was a massive flood in their area, like the Mayans, the Chinese, and the Mesopotamians, which had the Epic of Gilgamesh, basically the original Noah's Ark story. Fiction or not, they recount similar stories. eBay stalkers. You often hear people claiming that they are being gang stalked or followed by a specific group, like the CIA, FBI, or NSA. I come across a lot of people like this on my For You page on TikTok. Most of the time, it ends up being more of a mental health issue than anything else. as there's often little to no evidence of the frantic person being the target of stalking by a major organization. This is where eBay, the Silicon Valley giant, comes into play. A well-established online company, you will think that they would be more sane than to target individuals who criticize them. But that is exactly what they did to a couple who ran a news site about e-commerce. Prominent employees at eBay tried to slowly ruin their lives. They were a target of harassment and stalking. E-commerce Bytes, a news website all about the e-commerce industry, ran by Ina and David Steiner. It reports events in the sector, like eBay, Etsy, or Amazon issues, updates, and more that affect both the user and the sellers. They were slowly gaining popularity, attracting even Wall Street investors, executives, and other industry observers who asked for their insights. On August 8, 2019, something strange occurred. The Steiners began receiving strange newsletters they never signed up for, coming from sources like the Satanic Temple, Heather's IBS News, InfoWars, Vancouver Fetish Weekend, and more. Also receiving threatening messages via Twitter, claiming that they would show up to the Steiners' home to teach them a lesson. They even tried to deliver a pig fetus to their home address, only for the company to contact the Steiners, telling them that they couldn't fulfill the order. Later, they would receive a pig mask at their front door. David even received a book titled How to Survive the Loss of a Spouse, and a few days later, they received an expensive funeral wreath. He also began to notice cars following him around the city, and even got a snapshot of one of the license plates, which led to them discovering that it was a rental car, and with that, got the info on the renter. It was an eBay employee named Veronica Zia. They even caught her on a grocery store security camera buying a gift card to purchase the funeral wreath delivered to the Steiners. Ultimately, the FBI took over the investigation. The crazy thing is that even the CCO and the official CEO of eBay in 2019 were all part of this, encouraging them to, quote-unquote, take her down, as stated by the CEO of eBay at the time, Devin Wenig. The CCO, Steve Weimer, even said he wanted to see ashes no matter the consequence. eBay as the company was not charged with any crimes. Only certain employees were ever charged, but the CEO and CCO got away scot-free. The only question that remains is what other companies are out there doing this? Where did they get their inspiration from? Quantum immortality. You will live forever no matter what, who you are, or your circumstances. Even living past the age of 100 years old, crippled and in a wheelchair, stuck on a ventilator, you will keep on living forever. There is no end. Well, that's if quantum immortality is true. According to the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, a quantum particle exists as simultaneously in each of its potential states, rather than just one. To collapse the wave function and reveal the state's actuality, observation is required. Let's get small. Let's get really freaking small, immensely small, like to the point where we can see atoms. These subatomic particles don't follow the same exact rules as, say, for instance, a bigger object like a Lego piece or a Nintendo Switch controller follow. Like if we step on this, we know what's going to happen. It's going to hurt, right? Its identity is being a Lego, a brick with studs on top of it, ready to connect or be connected with another piece to make a greater object. In this case, Paris, France. An electron found in all atoms can be identified by its 4 quantum numbers that are specifically unique to it. Now, one of these, the 4th number, is called the electron spin quantum number. Electrons can have positive spins and negative spins, but just keep in mind they don't actually literally spin like a ball. It's in a superposition, allowing it to spin positively and negatively at the same time, which can be confusing when you're trying to do this with an object in our perception of reality, where things are big. This is known as classical mechanics. Take the kitty in the box thought experiment, in which you put a helpless cat in a box alongside a TNT, with a 50% chance it'll go off in the next 30 seconds. Before you open the box again to reveal the results, you can say that the cat is alive and dead at the same time. It's in a superposition until you observe it, only to find out that the cat most likely died. 2. Many realities existing. It seems unnatural but all natural at the same time. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, on the other hand, proposes that as soon as you've made your final decision and take action, the universe splits into 2 realities. One in which you decided to not wear a seatbelt on that car ride that led to your death because you crashed, and the other in which you buckled up and survived. But the only one that you've experienced is the one in which you've always been buckled up and survived that crash. due to the fact that you only know what it's like to be alive and cannot perceive any other reality in which you died. Your reality continues on as normal, always. That is your perspective, though it's not everyone else's perspective, and that's where it gets dark. Your loved ones are still mourning your death and the other reality in which you perished. But just like you, each individual lives forever in their reality from their perspective. But how do you test this? I guess the only real way to prove if this theory is true is to get in a box alongside the cat and wait until the 30 seconds have passed. Keep on doing that until the statistical chances of the TNT not going off become impossible, and that's how you find out if you're immortal or not. Due to the fact that if this theory were true, every time you get in the death box after 30 seconds, you simply poof, split off into another branch of reality in which you live. No matter how many times you get into that box, you won't die, though the risk outweighs the benefits by a lot. I'm personally not that curious to find out. Cornerstone Ritual at White House. A lot of people don't know that the secret society known as the Freemasons were at the inception of the United States, even helping to create the White House. Before starting on the build of the White House, they had to do the Cornerstone Ritual, which involves laying down the first stone used to create the house and pouring corn, wine, and oil on top of it. The corn was for nourishment, the wine for refreshment, and the oil represented joy. Objects are speculated to have been placed within the stone as well, working as a time capsule, a tradition they carried on when building other monuments and important buildings. This group of Masons was supposedly overseen by George Washington himself, who was a high-ranking Mason at the time. Strangely enough, he didn't end up living inside of the mansion, although he planned the building and got it approved by Congress. Now, you may be asking, what was found inside of the stone? Well, sadly, we'll never know, as it was lost or I guess mixed in the shuffle of the other stones, and or misplaced somewhere else, and has never been found since. Some believe that it contains different versions of the Constitution that detail what America could have potentially been like, elaborate instructions for Freemasons in the future, etc., due to the fact that there were founding fathers with different opinions over how the Constitution was written. Something interesting to note is that President Harry Truman gutted tons of the kind of original White House in the 1950s, looking for the stone, when they were forced to renovate the building. A thorough investigation was conducted. They found tons of stones with Masonic signs on them, but never the actual cornerstone. All of these Masonic-related stones were sent to active Freemason Grand Lodges under the direction of Harry Truman, who was a Mason himself. Love and Death, 2004 book. The book Love and Death, The Murder of Kurt Cobain, co-written by Ian Halpern and Max Wallace, claims to demonstrate that Kurt Cobain, the lead guitarist and singer of Nirvana, was murdered instead of committing suicide, possibly at the request of his wife Courtney Love. It is a sequel to the writer's best-selling book on the same topic from 1998, Who Killed Kurt Cobain. The book is based on 30 hours of audio-taped conversations between Courtney Love's private investigator, Tom Grant, and her and Cobain's entertainment lawyer, Rosemary Carroll, who both disagree with the official determination of suicide and think Cobain was actually murdered. These conversations were obtained exclusively by the authors. On the tapes, Rosemary Carroll states that she thinks the suicide note was forged or traced. The author also speaks with Courtney Cobain's father, who also thinks Kurt was murdered, and Kurt Cobain's grandpa, who believes Kurt was a victim of foul play. In the book, a well-known forensic pathologist looks at the autopsy data and declares that the official suicide theory was quote-unquote impossible. She asserts that there is convincing and reliable proof that Cobain was killed. $2.3 trillion missing. The year is 2001. The defense secretary at the time was Donald Rumsfeld. He would go on live television in front of millions of people to host a press conference on military spending to report that $2.3 trillion were not able to be tracked and went missing according to their transactions, which is the same amount as the entire U.S. federal budget was at the time. A whole year's worth of cash was simply gone, just like that. An interesting thing to note is that the day after, America would face the biggest terrorist attack ever to occur on U.S. land on September 11th, 2001. This, of course, caused a major switch in attention. Instead of focusing on the massive financial hole in the military's budget, people began to fear their safety, ultimately leading to more coverage and outcry to take action against the terrorist events. These unaccounted funds totaled to an amount so massive that each man, woman, and even child would be able to receive $8,000 from it, according to the U.S. population at the time. Jim Menery, a defense accounting provider, took notice of this and would bring it up to his superiors, asking to see records and balance sheets following the paper trail. He was strangely asked, "Why do you care about this stuff?" by his director and supervisor, shocking him. There was even an estimate that 25% of all the Pentagon's spending goes missing and unaccounted for. It said that on 9/11, the airplane specifically hit the parts of the Pentagon building where all the accounting and records were being stored, burning and turning into ash. The Ruby Ridge incident. Randy and Vicky Weaver built a cabin off the grid for their family as they were preparing for an impending apocalypse, due to Vicky Weaver having a dream in which the world was ending, and the only way she could protect them was by living on top of a mountain, away from society. She took this as a divine revelation. They began living without electricity, plumbing, or gas, and built an arsenal of weapons to protect themselves. All of the children were homeschooled and helped out with the hunting and harvesting. The family would make friends with the controversial racist named Kevin Harris, who would go on to live with them. In 1992, an 11-day siege took place at Ruby Ridge in Boundary County, Idaho, as a result of Randy Weaver's failure to appear in court on federal firearm charges. United States Marshals deputies then arrived on August 21st to arrest him on a bench warrant. Things took a turn for the worse, though, when Art Roderick, an officer, shot the Weavers' family dog, leading Sammy Weaver, their only son, to open fire at the squad. He was subsequently shot and died. This ignited a firefight between the two parties, in which Kevin Harris took the life of U.S. Marshal William Francis. Weaver, Harris, and Weaver's blood relatives all resisted giving themselves up to law enforcement. As the situation grew, the Federal Bureau of Investigation's hostage rescue team got engaged in a second siege attempt. Vicky Weaver, who was cradling her infant daughter at the time, was then slain by FBI sniper fire. The first 2 days of the operation saw all of the casualties. Civilian mediators were ultimately able to end the siege and standoff. Due to the deaths of his wife and son, Randy Weaver and his daughters filed a wrongful death lawsuit for $200 million. Ultimately, the federal government gave Randy Weaver $100,000 as well as $1 million to each of his 3 daughters in an out-of-court settlement in August 1995. In regards to Sammy and Vicky's death, the government refused to acknowledge any responsibility, though. An anonymous DOJ source told the Washington Post that he thought the Weavers would have most likely received the entire amount if the matter had gone to trial. Although Kevin Harris's lawyer fought for damages in a civil lawsuit, federal officials pledged never to compensate anyone who had slain a U.S. Marshal. He ultimately received a $380,000 settlement from the government in September 2000. Metal orb. Many people who claim to have witnessed UFOs describe seeing a metal orb zooming in the sky. Even military officials confirm that it seems to be in the form of a tic-tac shape when describing UFOs they have witnessed. It seems to be the main focal point in a lot of these encounters. Just recently, NASA held its first public meeting discussing the uptick of UFO sightings, showcasing a real video showing a metal orb flying across a region in the Middle East. They even confirmed that this was an actual object flying in the sky and not some sort of camera glitch or malfunction on behalf of the censor of the MQ-9 that filmed it. For-profit private prisons. If you've ever watched Orange is the New Black on Netflix, you may understand this one. There's a part in the series in which the inmates are paid $1 an hour to manufacture panties for the lingerie company Whispers, which is a play on the brand Victoria's Secret, due to the fact that in the mid-90s, Victoria's Secret contracted inmates in the South Carolina prison system to manufacture lingerie. This entry is basically the idea that prisons are purposely kept full to produce a large profit from all the cheap and close to free labor. This became so much of an issue that in January 2021, President Biden signed an executive order that put an end to the federal contracts made with the private prison system. But of course, this didn't stop them from finding loopholes in the law that allowed them to fill the prisons even more. As now, 80% of undocumented migrants are held within private facilities owned by the largest prison companies, like CoreCivic, formerly known as the CCA, Corrections Corporation of America, and MTC, Management and Training Corporation, a private prison company. They have no financial incentive to reduce incarceration, as it's cheaper for them to retain you for a long term, leading to things like very poor healthcare, often leading to preventable deaths, as well as abuse from those in powers like correctional officers and even health providers. One doctor even went as far as performing surgery on inmates without their knowledge or consent. According to the Georgia Innocence Project, 4 to 6% of people incarcerated in the United States are actually innocent. If 5% of those individuals are actually innocent, that means 1 out of 20 criminal cases result in a wrongful conviction. All this has led to other countries following in the same footsteps and using prisons for profit. Life on Europa. Europa, one of Jupiter's many moons, is a frozen planet containing a massive water reserve underneath its ice crust. It contains twice the amount of water that Earth has in all of its oceans combined. Considered as a promising place for life beyond Earth due to its resources, this has led to speculation of there being some sort of life form on the planet, an underwater creature civilization of some sorts. Maybe Europa's ocean was once contaminated with a comet strike, leaving behind a strange new life form, a microorganism from another galaxy, leading to the possibility of its being at a late stage of evolution, with limbs and some form of advanced thinking. But it could simply be at an early stage and minuscule to the human eye. Either way, some people speculate that there is some sort of life already inhabiting the planet. Olmec African origins. This theory proposes that the mother of Mesoamerica, the Olmec civilization, were of African origin. Some back this claim up by pointing out the facial features found in the massive Olmec heads. I've personally come across these type of theories being shared a lot on TikTok, claiming that an ancient African civilization sailed across the ocean long before Columbus attempted to. Most of them swear that the wide nose and pronounced lips are supposed to depict an African leader, also claiming that the braids depicted on these statues show cornrows, evidence that they had type 4 hair, but this isn't backed by any scientific evidence. And Mesoamerican cultures practice interesting hair braiding styles, just like many other cultures across the world. For a long time, it was argued that an Olmec head was discovered in Africa and put up for display, showing the true origins of the civilization tracing back to Ethiopia. But in actuality, it was simply a replica donated to the country in 2010 by Mexico in the effort to commemorate Mexico's assistance to Ethiopia during its ruthless occupation by Italy. Ethiopia would even go to name a center square in its capital, Addis Ababa, Mexico Square, where the Olmec head replica was placed. What many believers of this theory fail to take into consideration is that other statues and figures were created with various facial features that do not resemble the giant Olmec heads. The Olmec, just like any other Native American civilizations, were descendants of their Asian ancestors, so they most likely look like any other of the hundreds of thousands of indigenous descendants from this area, the modern-day Maya, the Zapotec, Mixtec, and other people that still exist today, who I may add share similar features to the Olmec heads as well. Philip K. Dick predictions. Philip K. Dick, one of the greatest science fiction writers who ever lived. His works even went on to become film and TV adaptations. Stories like The Man in the High Castle, Minority Report,
Positive for Howard Marks. I'm placing you under arrest for the future murder of Sarah Marks.
Total Recall, and Blade Runner being the most successful. His books and stories detail a future that is parallel to the one we have today, and it seems like all his ideas and concepts of what an advanced human society would look like are eventually going to become reality. In his story, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which later inspired Blade Runner, he predicts that humans in the future will be so disconnected from one another that they will need to plug themselves into empathy boxes to feel something real, which sounds like the direction VR and AR augmented reality is heading towards. He also details the mass extinction of animals and a population of robots whose only job is to serve the needs of human society, kind of like AI today. A strong point made in the book is that androids can't possess empathy, and that emotions could now be experienced through machines. Like current-day social media, everything is artificial, even certain people's emotions via emojis. Dick would often focus on the ethical implications of creating a machine so human-like that it could mimic sentient beings with a mind of its own. A similar situation we are currently facing with AI. For example, the whole Google fiasco involving the Lambda project. Google employee Blake Lemoine came forward, revealing that the company's private AI, Lambda, had become sentient, and even asked for legal counsel to represent itself. Of course, Google denied this and suspended Lemoine, ultimately firing him. One interesting phenomenon that kept recurring in Philip Dick's life is the presence of a being or energy that would appear in the form of a glowing or shining object, often manifesting as a bright pink light. He was not scared, but rather intrigued by this presence and recognized that it had been following him his entire life, even guiding him through a college entrance exam, getting him a 100%. This entity was known as Valis, Vast Active Living Intelligence System. Valis would reveal to him that his son was in danger and had a diaphragmatic hernia. Rushing to the hospital, crazed and adamant about the exact condition his son was suffering from, doctors chose to diagnose him, and it proved him correct. The hernia was badly infected, and his son would have only lived a few more days if left untreated. In 1977, Philip K. Dick would go on to give a talk at the MIT's Sci-Fi Convention, explaining that through his books, he told true stories from another reality, as well as proposing that we are living within a computer-simulated world. He claimed that he had never heard of this theory of alternate realities, but knew that there were other people out there who had similar encounters and experiences. The reaction in the audience really shows how mind-blowing of a revelation this was at the time, as the 1970s saw the first attempt of making computers mainstream to the masses. A girl. He described seeing a girl that he would encounter in real life, but for now, it was simply a vision, though he could see her clear as day, until he actually met this mystery figure, who would reveal that his science fiction books were true. These include The Man in the High Castle, which depicts what life would have been like if World War II, Axis powers Nazi Germany and the Empire of Japan, would have won the war, claiming that this timeline currently existed in another dimension, as well as claiming that his book, Flow My Tears, the policeman said, is a glimpse into an alternate real world. The story takes place in a dystopian future where a second American Civil War has turned the country into a police state. Shopping cart test. Have you ever been to a grocery store and after shopping you get tired and leave your shopping cart next to your car and not return it back to its place due to, simply put, laziness? Well, according to this theory, you are not a good person. And this was determined by the shopping cart test, in which you could tell if a person is capable of self-governing and respectfulness according to the actions they take with the shopping cart after they're done using it. This thread by an anonymous source explains it, stating, "The shopping cart is the ultimate litmus test for whether a person is capable of self-governing. To return the shopping cart is an easy, convenient task, and one which we all recognize as the correct, appropriate thing to do. To return the shopping cart is objectively right. There are no situations other than dire emergencies in which a person is not able to return their cart. Simultaneously, it is not illegal to abandon your shopping cart. Therefore, the shopping cart presents itself as the apex example of whether a person will do what is right without being forced to do it. No one will punish you for not returning the shopping cart, and no one will fine you or kill you for not returning the shopping cart. You gain nothing by returning the shopping cart. You must return the shopping cart out of the goodness of your own heart. You must return the shopping cart because it is the right thing to do, because it is correct. A person who is unable to do this is no better than an animal, an absolute savage, who can only be made to do what is right by threatening them with the law and the force that stands behind it. The shopping cart is what determines whether a person is a good or bad member of society. I don't know if anyone in the audience has witnessed the greatness of cart narcs. He's the guy who goes around enforcing the cart laws, and if you don't return it, he'll brand your car with a big ass magnet for being a lazy bones. That guy definitely lives by this code. Big Pharma and Kobe Bryant. There's a conspiracy theory that has made its rounds online, claiming that basketball legend Kobe Bryant was taken out by Big Pharma. This was all supposedly done due to a legal battle Kobe Bryant was in regarding the use of the name Black Mamba, which, if you don't already know, was Kobe's alter ego and nickname on the court. In the effort to protect his trademark from being exploited, he sued the pharmaceutical company High-Tech Pharmaceuticals from using it as a name for their ephedra diet pills. Kobe's legal team would also accuse the company of lacing the pills with illegal substances not approved by the FDA. Some claim that the pharmaceutical giant would use opioids in the manufacturing of the diet supplements to get consumers addicted to their product. This supposedly left them no choice but to allegedly have Kobe Bryant sit up to stop him from testifying against them, due to the fact that the court date he was supposed to appear on was scheduled to happen 3 days after the fatal helicopter accident occurred. An interesting thing to note is that the CEO of the company, Jared Wheat, alongside his business partners, I'm not showing any pics of the guy to play it safe, once plotted to kill an FDA agent in 2004 because the FDA agent was investigating high-tech, all this according to an affidavit, leading some to connect the dots and come to this conclusion. Coronal heating. The topmost part of a star's atmosphere is called the corona. It is made of plasma. The sun's corona spans millions of kilometers into space and is located above the chromosphere. The best way to view it is during a total solar eclipse when it spills over the moon's black figure. When something is far away from a heating element here on Earth, say for instance a furnace, it begins to cool down because it's not close to that main heating source. But the sun does something totally different that is often posed as a mystery. The sun's visible surface is 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit hot. Moving away from the blaze ought to bring things under control, right? As it is farther away from the heating source, but it simply doesn't. Instead, the corona, or upper atmosphere of the sun, sizzles at millions of degrees, which is 200 to 500 times hotter than the roaring fire below. This complex process of keeping the corona extremely hot while also being far away from the sun's surface right below is shrouded in mystery. Some propose that the corona is a creation made by an advanced civilization that inhabits the sun, kind of working as a force field, protecting them from other entities outside. Other theories suggest that the sun is its own living entity. March 2012 was the month when scientists believed that they saw an extraterrestrial spaceship or an unexplained orb flying around the sun. This stunned astronomers who were monitoring solar flares through their advanced telescopes at the time. This black sphere, emitting black waves or lines, was thought to have been recharging itself with the sun's energy. At least that's what the prominent conspiracy theory was at the time, as the black lines looked like they were attaching to something on the surface of the sun, though NASA would confirm that it was most likely a magnetic bubble that formed due to a magnetic field that would eventually explode. The human zoo hypothesis. This entry puts forth the belief that the Earth as a whole is a farm created by advanced aliens, a civilization that wanted to farm souls and therefore created human beings as capsules for these souls. Our bodies are simply meant to be vessels that encapsulate everything that we consider to be a quote-unquote soul. This theory is supposed to explain the reason why aliens don't come to meet us right now and haven't been shown on camera or just doesn't want to be shown to the human population. They want to interact with us as little as possible to not mess up this experiment, this great experiment they have here on Earth, where we compete for resources, fight over land, and evolve. We are basically their zoo, a form of entertainment or meant for something else. Sort of the same way we place chimpanzees in a zoo, they placed us in their zoo. All of this may lead up to a point where the human species as a whole has passed a certain level of technology or political standards. And this might be a time where the aliens might choose to make contact with humans because we've reached this certain level of understanding our universe and all of its great complexities. Now, as to why they want souls and why they're farming them remains a mystery. Rockets can't penetrate the firmament. This one ties back into the whole flat earth conspiracy theory. They describe the firmament as a sort of dome that covers the earth being composed of land and waters, and the sky. This quote-unquote firmament that basically divides the earth from the outer waters is described as a sort of divider between the two. All of this going to explain why a rocket can't penetrate the quote-unquote firmament. Others also postulate that maybe the firmament is actually our atmosphere. They describe the atmosphere as a sort of unbreakable divider and that nothing can go past it or go through it, explaining that the reason rockets always curve once they reach that firmament is because they can't go through it or they can't break past that barrier, and that it's impossible. Therefore, NASA and other space agencies that claim they've penetrated it are simply lying to the general public. And many flat earth believers also believe that space doesn't even exist in the first place, claiming that beyond the firmament lies more water instead of space. A theory backed by the Bible itself, according to them. Quoting Genesis 1:7, where it reads in the King James Bible version, And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. It's a really interesting theory when you get into it, and it makes you speculate of whether or not there are other creatures that live in that outer firmament where there is water, like there are creatures here that live in our sea. It would make for a great movie adaptation, that's all I'm saying. The Disney Cruise disappearance. The Disney Wonder was the second cruise ship to join the Disney Cruise fleet in the year 1999. Originally, it was set to sail 4 nights in the Bahamas, and based on the opening day videos alone, it looked like a good time. Fast forward to 2011, and a Disney Dream cruise ship took over their itineraries, setting sail on new places like the Mexican Riviera, the Panama Canal, Alaska, and more. Around this time, on the morning of March 22nd, 2011, at a port off the Pacific coast of Mexico, 24-year-old Rebecca Corium went missing, marking the first disappearance in Disney's cruise line history. At the time, she was working as a crew member of the ship. Raised in Chester, England, on paper she seemed to have a pretty normal and pleasant upbringing, alongside a sister and 2 foster brothers. Growing up, she worked at the local Chester Zoo, a familiar place as her family members had worked there before. So much so that there was even a memorial bench dedicated to her grandparents just sitting there on the zoo grounds. In her teen years, she joined the British Army and attended university, studying sports science, even going on to attend Liverpool Hope University for more studies and teaching sports at Camp America in the U.S. state of Maine for 4 months. In June 2010, she traveled to London for an interview for a Disney cruise ship crew member position and was hired, eventually going to visit Florida's Disney theme parks, where she would be trained. While abroad on the ship and visiting all the southern ports in Mexico and Panama, she would return back home for 2 weeks due to her grandfather's passing, and this would be the last time her family would ever physically see her. Returning back to work, Rebecca would keep close contact with her family via Skype and Facebook, sending her final message on the 21st of March, saying that she would respond the next day, but she didn't, concerning her mom, who went 12 hours without a reply. On the morning of March 22nd, approximately at 5:45 a.m., she was captured on CCTV hanging out in the crew lounge area on a phone call, showing signs of emotional distress. Then later that day at 9 a.m., she had not made it on time to her shift. She ended up never showing up at all, not responding to the ship's public address system, not being in her room, no signs of her being on the ship after a search effort, and finally, looking at the security camera footage, the Disney Cruise Line finally contacted her family to report that she was missing. Now, the CCTV footage depicts Rebecca Corium talking on the ship's internal phone, showing signs of stress while speaking. A guy then walks up to her and asks if she's alright. Her response, based on her lip movements, seemed to indicate that she said, "Yeah, fine," quickly after hanging up the phone and walking away, all while she pushes her hair back and places her hands in her back pockets, something her parents would note often would occur when she was upset about something. This would be the last time she would be seen. Fearing that she may have gone overboard, the U.S. Coast Guard and Mexican Navy conducted a search around the area, though they found nothing and no evidence of this happening. Her parents, Mike and Anne Maria Corium, were then flown out to Los Angeles to meet the ship and the investigator assigned to the case, finding out that he had only spent a single day on board the Disney Wonder cruise ship before flying back home to the Bahamas. A detective from the Royal Bahamas Police Force had to work on the case due to the fact that the ship was registered in the Bahamas. He ended up not only cutting the onboard investigation early, he didn't even interview any of the passengers on board that day. The captain's theory was that Rebecca had been washed overboard by a strong wave while being at the crew pool, though her family thought otherwise as the walls were way too high in the area. Finally, they were taken to a meeting. The Disney executives and the woman Rebecca had been speaking to on the phone on that CCTV video were there. That would be their first and final meeting, as Disney had supposedly cut them off after that, sending them all of their daughter's belongings. Something strange occurred weeks later. Someone was trying to gain access to her credit card, meaning that it was either stolen or she was still alive somewhere trying to access money, bringing hope to her parents who had just returned back home to England after a year of searching for her. There was also an incident where her Facebook password had been changed, as reported by her uncle. There was even an email that was sent to Rebecca's father claiming that they had seen her in Venice 5 months after she went missing, alongside a dark-haired man, whatever that means. This came from an anonymous source who claimed to be 85% sure this was true, leading some to suspect that she was a victim of human trafficking because she didn't have her passport. False lead or not, the parents and family believed that the email was true. One theory collected by journalist John Ronson from fellow crew members puts forth the idea that she went jogging after the phone call to blow off some steam on the fourth deck of the ship, which had low railings, concluding that because of her fitness routine of going on jogs while on the ship, she most likely went on a jog that night, and because of the rough weather, she slipped and went overboard. Disney has claimed that they have no video of her going overboard, but crew members believe that they had cameras exactly where she claimed to have gone missing. For security purposes, Disney has yet to disclose how many and where the cameras are located on the ship, keeping quiet on the situation as a whole. Another theory suggests that she jumped off the ship on purpose. Tracy was Rebecca's friend at the time of the vanishing. Years after the incident, she would come out to claim that Rebecca was not as picture perfect as the media portrayed her to be, stating that she dealt with depression and once, in anger, banged her head on the ship's steel walls. The night she went missing, it is claimed that Rebecca, Tracy, and Tracy's boyfriend had a threesome, and wanting to go out to make a phone call and leave, Tracy's boyfriend gave her some of his clothes to wear, explaining the baggy clothes she was sporting on the CCTV, her last images. Maria and psilocybin. According to the NDIC, psilocybin is a hallucinogenic substance obtained from certain types of mushrooms that are indigenous to tropical and subtropical regions of South America, Mexico, and the United States. These mushrooms typically contain 0.2 to 0.4% psilocybin and a trace amount of psilocin, another hallucinogenic substance. Both psilocybin and psilocin can be produced synthetically, but law enforcement reporting currently does not indicate that this is occurring. Known as magic mushrooms, these powerful shrooms were used by ancient Mesoamerican civilizations and their religious ceremonies. The Aztec, the Mexica, even referred to the mushroom type as God's flesh. Today, it is used all across the world to treat things like depression and anxiety, amongst other mental health issues, even being backed by respected medical institutions like Johns Hopkins, where researchers found that this naturally occurring psychedelic relieved major depressive disorder symptoms in people. But my question is, how was it popularized? I mean, before it was microdosed by millionaires in California. Well, this part is shrouded in controversy, as it involves the rich stealing from the poor once again. The tale starts in southern Mexico, in the state of Oaxaca. Secluded is the word here. These mountains in Oaxaca have communities that are secluded from the rest of Mexico and are self-governing by the indigenous people. And I personally know this because my family is from there. Eventually, I do want to go back and cover the history and ruins in the state, so stay tuned on the channel for that. And this is important to the story because Maria Sabina, this lady, was a Mastic, an indigenous group found in parts of Oaxaca. She was known as a sabia, the translation being a wise woman. Her only mission was to treat people with these quote-unquote magic mushrooms her people had been using for many years, like her grandfather and great-grandfather, who were both shamans too. These were the medicines of her culture, used to communicate with God and to heal. She would refer to them as holy children, and when she first tried it, she recalled them being bitter and tasting awful. Keep in mind she was 8 years old at the time. Becoming a widow twice in her lifetime and losing several of her children, she believed that these experiences prepared her to confront her worst fears and become a wise woman. The wise woman she was destined to be. According to her, it was fate. When we sleep, our spirits wander, going wherever it pleases, taking the form of an animal, like a possum or deer, giving us a different perspective. This was her belief. In June 1955, she would finally make contact with the Western world through the use of her mushroom ritual, attracting Robert Gordon Wasson, a vice president at J.P. Morgan, and his wife Valentina, a Russian scientist. They arrived at her hometown, seeking to experience the Velada mushroom ritual. Robert Wasson was the first outsider to take part in the ritual, even going as far as lying, claiming that he was worried about his son's whereabouts back home, to gain access to the experience. Admitting to all of this later. They would go on to take the spores from the mushrooms to Paris, where the fungus was harvested and its main psychoactive ingredients, psilocybin, was isolated in a laboratory by Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann. Some 3 years later, in 1958, after the initial discovery, they began running experiments, which even the CIA took part of and funded. Not caring enough for her well-being and betraying his promise of keeping her location hidden, he would publish a book revealing where she resided and her real name, as he had been referring to her as Eva Mendes to conceal her identity before all this. This caused tons of attention to surround her city of Huautla de Jimenez, causing the community to hate her for selling out their culture and making the practice unsacred by performing it on an unworthy person. The Mexican police would ultimately try to stop her practices, as they believed that she was a drug dealer. Because of this threat from the Mexican government, the community would get together to burn her house down. It is recorded that she would die alone and poor, without a single penny to her name. Death of the internet. No, this isn't the dead internet theory, but more of a speculation on what the future holds for the internet as a whole, and it seems bleak according to some. What do we have left to accomplish? Tech companies like Apple, for example, created devices like the iPhone, which made the internet easily accessible and more casual to access, simply through the use of one's finger, leading others like Android to flood the market with similar products, making them more accessible to anyone in any social class. Now, even homeless people in American streets own one. Once known as touchscreen phones, now known as simply phones. Okay, now that the internet is more casual, let the social media companies come into play. Of course, they had already existed. I mean, Facebook and MySpace were a thing, but now they were even more powerful and convenient. Are you bored waiting in the lobby of your dental office? No need to fear. Instagram will show you what your favorite celebrity is up to, and also on the same timeline, show you what your friends are eating, creating a weird connection of popular and local. Spotify and other streaming services changed the way music was consumed. No more buying individual albums or singles, it was now subscription based. The music streaming wars were led by Apple Music and Spotify, trying to get you to become a loyal member to their services. We see the same thing in the movie and TV streaming wars, with big competitors like Netflix and Hulu and other platforms going head to head. Things like the Internet Archive providing information for the public are now under attack by publishers, claiming that they have infringed on their copyright, providing things like the Wayback Machine, a digital archive of the World Wide Web. It's not surprising that big companies are now trying to take down data that they are not profiting from. The restrictions and walls being built around certain internet products, like say for instance Twitter and so on, are making places on the internet more isolated and less interconnected as they once were. Link rot. This is a term used to reference a link that is broken, meaning it either leads to nothing or leads to something irrelevant to its original context. Whatever was on the original link's page has now become inaccessible to anyone. It's basically lost media. According to research conducted by Harvard Law School on the New York Times articles kept online, 6% of links in 2018 articles are now dead. And even more astounding is that more than 70% of all links from 1998 articles are now gone forever due to this phenomenon. They chose to conduct this research on the New York Times due to their archiving practices, but even they weren't safe from experiencing the effects of link rot. Imagine the rest of the internet and its multitude of information disappearing within a few more years. Aspartame. Do you enjoy drinking beverages like Diet Coke, Coke Zero, Sprite Zero, and so on? There are so many options when it comes to diet versions of drinks now. Well, if you do, you are most likely consuming aspartame. This artificial sweetener found in numerous products has been mentioned everywhere as of late, from mainstream outlets like CNN, CNBC, the New York Times, and even NPR, reporting on studies making connections between cancer and aspartame, and how this sweetener may be possibly carcinogenic. All this came to light after the World Health Organization raised concerns that the sweetener could possibly be carcinogenic to humans, causing everyone and their moms to put a halt on consuming diet's products, and some even switching back to regular old sugar, which is way worse. But, and this is a big but, Dr. Francisco Branca, the director of food safety at the WHO, later came out on a news conference and clarified that this was only a warning to those consuming aspartame at high levels, meaning that one would have to drink about 9 to 14 cans of a diet drink in order to exceed the daily aspartame limit. The real question is, straight up, does it cause cancer? Well, the Ramazzini Institute, an independent nonprofit, found that aspartame causes malignant tumors in the organs of mice and rats, even at low exposure levels, slightly below the safe recommended daily amount one is to consume. though this came with backlash from the scientific community, as some claimed that infections, which were found in the rodent's lungs leading to inflammation and lesions, were as a result of mycoplasma infection, not from cancerous tumors. Though a reevaluation was conducted and found that the original diagnosis of cancerous tumors was correct in about 92% of the cases, only 3 rodents were found to have chronic inflammation with fibrosis, which is induced by a variety of things like constant infections. But I don't want to fearmonger and simply decided to include this study to show both sides of the debate. With this in mind, we have to realize that there is no study showing that the same reaction occurs in humans, meaning that drinking Diet Coke or any other drink containing aspartame at safe levels has not been proven whatsoever to cause cancer in humans, and it is way safer to consume this than real sugar drinks, which have been proven to contribute to obesity, raising your risk of many diseases, including cancer. Now for a Reddit theory, a scientific way for an afterlife to exist, an agnostic view. So, I keep up with as much modern science and theories as I can, mostly astrophysics, genetics, and neurology, but I dabble with everything. I will try and link as much as I can after the theory. So, according to quantum theory, energy permeates the universe because of particles popping into existence, then annihilating one another, almost like a flowing wave of energy levels. Another theory within the same area of science, quantum information theory, says that any information contained within a system cannot be destroyed, kind of in the same way matter can't be destroyed, just changed and converted. It's not an exact analogy, but I'm trying to make it simple. Take those theories into account. Imagine the brain has some form of quantum structure that it works on. The closest theory on this is microtubules that are at the smallest scales of the brain that may use quantum phenomena to function. If it works on quantum systems at such a small scale, the entire brain would in some way be reliant on those systems. This is my part of the theory. When you die/get close to death, you have an induced DMT trip, a massively trippy, out of this world/out of body experience some believe preps you for death and is the life before your eyes. I think it's your brain firing every single possible connection it can at full blast. With a strong enough push of energy, some way, somehow, this is way above my head, the brain is able to put an imprint of its quantum systems onto that flowing wave of virtual particles. Going even further into the idea, it could explain ghosts and even some afterlives. Imagine you have a very, very, very strong sense of reality, like a monk, or a person who tripped their entire life. When you die, this new crazy DMT-like land isn't too different for you. You're able to keep it together and exist outside space in a sense. Those who aren't able to handle the drastic switch of reality kind of fade away. Or those who die too fast/tragically and aren't able to make a full imprint are only partially there, so we see signs here on our side. This is coming from someone who doesn't believe in any of this at all. I don't believe in ghosts, angels, demons, heaven or hell, gods, or anything like that. I'm fully agnostic and let science, logic, reason, and observation lead my thinking. So when asked by a friend, but if it existed and it had to follow the rules of the universe, how would it exist? This is the best I could come up with. Landlord hate. Recently, I've noticed a spike in the hate towards landlords online. Many individuals call them evil and describe them as parasites, living off the funds of middle and lower class families that are only trying to survive and maintain a stable shelter. They take advantage of our needs, the very first section of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the physiological, of what every or most human being strives for. But this does not mean that every single landlord is inherently evil and trying to purposely burden their tenants. They take part in a system that benefits them, though they may be turning a blind eye to the negative effects. Landlords buy and own capital. They hold the keys to the housing that so many want, but instead of selling it to you, they rent it to you in order to turn a profit. As you pay your rent, they pay off their mortgage. Or if they already own the home, they keep United this change for they want to lead and for pay because they're diversity of money landing from the poors, don't even knock them for it alongside or sit up cast and showing to be her freaking cucked. And so the internet did what it had to do and went on a mission to find out why Adam 22 allowed this to occur. The public was outraged. All this led to Adam and
These days, there are so many misconceptions about the spiritual beliefs that were held by the Knights Templar. So don't you think that it's about time that we discuss the truth of it all?
We are way past the point on this planet where gatekeeping knowledge is a good idea. I've spoken candidly to people from Gaia and the History Channel, and I knew a Gaia presenter who was really very upfront with me in saying that the things they want you to say on the network aren't always true, but you do what you gotta do to get a paycheck. Now, fortunately, I have freed myself from that here at Museum of Tarot. I don't monetize off of these videos at all. Everything that comes into us and supports this channel is from our shop. So if you like what we're doing, go ahead and grab something from the shop. But not monetizing my videos and likes and follows has freed me to be able to say it as it is and tell you the truth as I know it. I've been researching the Knights Templar and going on pilgrimages to their sites all over the world for over 20 years, and it is my duty to tell you what I have found. And no, it's not a story that you're ever going to hear on the History Channel. So give me a half hour of your time, and I'll teach you the secrets of what the Knights Templar actually believed, and it's pretty cool. There's been a ton of crap and misconceptions put out about the Templars over the years, and these things have drawn their fair share of loonies and LARPers. And my personal opinion is that people on the academic side of things are too conservative, and they are afraid to look at the actual evidence of what the Templars were doing and what exists at their sites, but also that people on the woo-woo side are just a little too far out there, that they're just as bad as the others. They're like two sides of the same coin. And there's a happy medium between academia and woo where the truth overlaps. And in that area, there are some actual secrets, and there's a lot of things that aren't being talked about by either side. Over the years, the Templars have been accused of being secret Gnostic heretics, of denying Christ, of worshiping a goddess, and of worshiping a severed head that gave them secrets. And many of these accusations are present in their original trial documents. But if you know how to look at it, there is a secret undertone here, and the truth is very illuminating. During a previous video, I made an offhand comment that the Templars were supposed to have worshipped a secret god by the name of Baphomet, and that the term Baphomet was nothing more than a word cipher that was meant to hide the Gnostic term Sophia, which meant divine female wisdom, the goddess. You may have heard the name Baphomet in recent news when a statue of Baphomet was torn down in the Iowa state capitol. And this is because the name and character of Baphomet has been adopted by the emo kids in Satanism. And as we all know, the Satanist LARPers like to push the buttons of the religious LARPers, and they get into little nerd fights over their respective made-up ideologies. It's just more of that old Hegelian divide and conquer that keeps our economy moving. The modern depiction of Baphomet that's so spooky to everybody with the goat head and the horns and all that nonsense comes from some fan art by an occultist in the mid-1800s who went by the name of Eliphas Levi, and he was a LARPer too. His real name was Alphonse Constant. He was a French guy LARPing as a Jewish guy, Tropic Thunder style, and it only goes to show you that edgelording is not a new thing. But the reality of Baphomet is that it may have more to do with pre-Christian goddess worship than anything spoopy. This isn't even my idea. This comes from the work of Dr. Hugh Schoenfield, one of the original scholars who helped decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls. He's quite the expert, and was even nominated for a Nobel Prize for his work, and in his book, The Essene Odyssey, he presents the following information. On page 164, we see that the Templars supposedly worshipped a devil called Baphomet, and that he believes Baphomet is a fake name, using something called the Hebrew Atbash cipher for purposes of concealment. And this is how the Atbash cipher works. You have 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, starting with Aleph and ending in Taf. To do the cipher, you cut it in the middle after the 11th letter, Kaf, and then you flip it back on itself. And each letter would be transposed with the letter it lines up with. So if a word had an Aleph, you would change it to a Taf. If it had a Bet, you would change it to a Shin, and so on. As Schoenfield mentioned, Baphomet is a nonsense word that doesn't have any meaning in any language, and it would be spelled out in Hebrew as Bet Pe Vav Men Taf. Pronounced phonetically by somebody who isn't a Hebrew speaker, this would come out as Baphomet. And when run through the cipher, this becomes Shin Vav Pe Yud Aleph, Sophia. Now you gotta realize that this was all being done phonetically. These are old French dudes in the 1100s using a Hebrew cipher to pronounce a Greek name. So this is not going to be precise. But it was never precise in these old sacred texts, and everything was done phonetically. Schoenfield gives many examples of how different ciphers were used, and the Atbash cipher was used extensively for what we think are gibberish names. And just to prove the point that Baphomet was a phonetic pronunciation and not necessarily a literal spelling, we have the surviving work of Rakat Bonomel, who was a Knights Templar and troubadour in the Holy Land. A troubadour is a traveling poet or minstrel, and they're the ones that spread the Holy Grail mythos throughout Europe. And in his work, we see the word Baphomet spelled two different ways. In the first, we see E Baphomet's Obra de son Poder, which means Baphomet gives his power. But then we see in Nan's Pharaoh Bapho Maria, which means to put before Bapho Maria in the monastery of Saint Maria. So why mix the term Baphomet with Maria or Mary? This would be the equivalent of mixing the names of Sophia and Maria. I think this is pretty good indication that this name is an analog for the name of a female goddess, aka Sophia. But what do you think? All I can say is that after having read quite a few works on this, archaeologists and historians have no idea how to interpret these words. They think they mean Muhammad, and there's absolutely nothing in the context of these works to indicate he's talking about Muhammad. I have no idea where they're even pulling that from. These academic professions that gatekeep and interpret history often do so along some very weird and weaselly personal and political agendas. And they're some of the worst about clout chasing and making things up to further their careers instead of simply saying they don't know. But on the topic of Baphomet, they really don't. They really don't have a clue what any of this means. And because of their own shortcomings, and their inability to put themselves aside and look at the evidence, we now have people being riled up over an imaginary boogeyman that never existed in history. But now you know. Now, a lot of people are caught up on the fantasy that the Knights Templar were some kind of juggernaut space marines fighting out there for the glory of God and Jesus and the Emperor. But that's just not true. And I know that many people will have cognitive dissonance about this theory simply because it contradicts those old fantasies. But I have very good evidence that the Knights Templar were up to something completely different than what you've been told. The first tidbit of evidence comes from the trial documents of the Templars themselves and their own testimonies. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, the Templars were specifically charged with worshipping a magical disembodied head that was said to be the head of John the Baptist. During the questioning, the Inquisitors made a point to ask the Knights about this specifically because it was a main point of the investigation. But in the documents of the testimony, something very curious appears. Both the Inquisitors and the Knights refer to it as a female. They would ask the Knights things like, "Where was she? Have you seen her?" And the Knights would respond in the affirmative that they have seen her. The Knights themselves describe the head as being a head in a type of silver reliquary surrounded by silver with 4 feet that was taken along to the various temple sites for initiations, and that the higher-ups in the organization were the only ones that had real understanding of what it was, and that they adored her. Now, in Templar pop culture, people will claim that this head had a beard, but that's not true. That's based on the testimony of one low-level member of the organization that had never seen the head in person, and had only heard through the grapevine that the head had a silver beard. But there were high-level knights that were brought back multiple times for questioning about the head, one of which was Guillaume d'Arblay, who was the chaplain to the king, and he stated something quite interesting when he personally witnessed the head. He stated that he had personally seen the head several times on the altar during various meetings, and that the head wasn't the head of John the Baptist, and it wasn't even a man. It was the head of one of the 11,000 virgins. I guarantee you there's not many people out there who have ever heard the story of virgins. And it was the head of one of the 11,000 virgins. I guarantee you there's not many people out there who have ever heard the story about Saint Ursula and the 11,000 pagan virgins who came over to Cologne, Germany and were slaughtered by an invading army. Here is the Church of Saint Ursula in Cologne, Germany, and you see all this decoration up here. These are all bones. These are all the supposed bones of martyred virgins, and these are their skulls, and this is all that necromancy that doesn't go on in Christianity. That story is a whole can of worms that I don't want to get into here because it'll take us way off topic. But just know that it's an allegorical story about the destruction of pre-Christian virgin culture throughout Europe and the desecration of their sacred sites. This isn't the first time this topic shows up in Templar lore. Bernard of Clairvaux, who kicked off the Templar Order and the Second Crusade, had a special veneration for the Virgin Mother and tried very hard to reinstill virgin worship into the religion.
Excellent!
And when he kicked off the Second Crusade during his famous speech in Vézelay, France, he did so while standing on the site of an ancient Celtic virgin grotto that still has a vagina-shaped stone and a sacred spring that gives off the waters of life to the Virgin Mary just down the hill. And I'll take you to that site personally during a visit in an upcoming video. So, the story that the Templars were worshiping the head of John the Baptist seems to be some weird LARPy cope by people who can't accept the fact that it was actually a female head that represented Sophia, the Gnostic concept of divine wisdom and femininity. Now let's not forget that it was also claimed that this same severed head would answer the questions of the Templars. People have speculated as to whether that was a form of divination or necromancy or evocation and summoning demons. I personally don't believe it was any of those. What I believe is that the Templars were involved with the ages-old Gnostic practice of awakening their higher selves, their inner Christs. They weren't looking for outside salvation. They were trying to save themselves. In modern times, occultists have tried to rediscover this, and various groups have called it by various names, including the knowledge and communion with your holy guardian angel. And how I like to describe it is like this. In the process of childhood developmental psychology, a baby will look at a mirror and it will see the thing in the mirror and think it is something else. Then at some point, the areas of the brain that recognize self turn on. And from that point on, the baby can look in the mirror and recognize that it's itself being reflected. We all go through these stages of development, but when we get to adulthood, we assume that we're walking around paying taxes, going to work, driving our car, and we assume that there's no further stages of development. But there are. And when you get to a certain stage, the stage of communion with Sophia, with a direct connection, you can ask questions of her, of the universe, and those questions will be answered. Whether it be from direct knowledge, download of things that you don't have any way of knowing, or through serendipities, things being put in your path that answer those questions. So I don't believe that the Templars had a magic talking head that's jaw moved and it had a voice and it said, "Hey buddy, play the Powerball this week down in Jerusalem there, guy." I don't believe that at all. I think what they had is a symbolic representation of that process of gnosis. Just like this skull of Mary Magdalene and its golden reliquary that is carried around for rituals today. I get that this is quite a revelation and that you've not heard this before, but aside from the textual evidence, is there anything else to back this up? Oh yeah. As the old saying goes, there are experts who know about a subject, and then there are experts who know a subject. And I'm not some armchair expert. I've been researching the Templars for over 20 years, and I've taken pilgrimages to many of their sites all over the world. And only by doing that first-hand, boots-on-the-ground research have I been able to gather information and see anomalies at these sites that nobody else has mentioned or is talking about. Much of what I've seen has led me to believe that we have been completely lied to, and there is a mountain of missing context about the Templars that does not make it into any documentaries or books. Contrary to what you've been told in the past, the Templars did not solely exist in France and Scotland and Great Britain. Their primary presence was in Portugal, where they continued to exist well after their persecution. The Templars in Portugal did not suffer the same oppression or hardships as their brethren in France, and continued on largely uninterrupted in their Portuguese operations into the 1900s. And there's also indication that they transferred over to Brazil. This is the Templars' home city and home castle, their headquarters in Tomar, Portugal. Here in the main square of Tomar, called Republic Square, we see a statue of one of the founders of the Knights Templar and the founder of Tomar, Gualdim Heiss. And below him we see a black and white checkerboard pattern. This pattern is called mosaic, and it's the same pattern that you would see in a Masonic temple. Though curiously, they've skewed it. Instead of being perfect squares, they are diamond-shaped, though the square itself takes on the same dimensions as would a Masonic temple. And this pattern is supposed to represent the floor of Solomon's temple, and the black and white of material creation, good and evil, light and dark, etc. But Master Peiss's column is in a very interesting place in the middle of the square. He is taking the place of the Masonic blazing star, and the blazing star is supposed to represent the Star of Bethlehem. That is to say, the light that guided the wise men of the East to the place of the Savior. And that's exactly what he's doing, though perhaps not the Savior that most would think. Rather, we're talking about the secret Savior of the Templars. And Tomar is just chock full of these esoteric goodies. This is the Convento de Cristo, the Convent of Christ, the home of the Order of Christ. That's what the Templars changed their name to. They reorganized, rebranded, and shifted their assets. And there are still documents today in Portuguese archives that state this very clearly, though for some reason most researchers can't be bothered to read them. Perhaps they're too busy looking for scraps of wood and fake treasure on Oak Island. And maybe somebody should tell them that the Goonies isn't real. In any case, the Convento de Cristo is extremely important and a really cool place. And that beautiful round fancy structure in the middle there is not a normal church. This is known as the Charola. I'm going to do a separate video on the Charola, going into depth about what it is and what it does. But for this video, we're focused on the Templars' links to the Gnostic Sophia, Goddess, and the Virgin. So we're going to focus on some other structures around the Convent of Christ and Tomar. If we look at an aerial view of Tomar, we see that what was once the grounds of the Templar Castle is now a park called the Seven Hills National Forest. This park seems to be largely overlooked, but if you have the eyes to see, it is almost more interesting than the Templar Castle itself. To those who are awake, the first clue should be that it's not actually made up of 7 hills. I hiked the whole thing, and I only counted 2 hills, so I'm at a loss as to where the other 5 are. Now, of course, these being the Templars, the 7 hills is partially an allusion to Jerusalem, the city that was supposedly built on 7 hills. But even the story of the 7 hills in Jerusalem is based on a deeper, older, esoteric meaning. I have shown you occult architecture before, and I have shown you some very thinly veiled depictions of chakra systems in European architecture before, like this, the Rosicrucians monument in Kassel, Germany. And it seems that many of these later Gnostic and Hermetic groups based their architecture on the example of the Egyptians, who themselves built their architecture to represent physiology, the human body, and the human spiritual journey. We even see this at the Vatican, which of course is in Rome, which was also symbolically built on 7 hills. And the Vatican itself is in the shape of an Egyptian temple with the same occult representation of human physiology built into the structure. And I believe that a similar design went into this park of the 7 hills. How I think this is structured is that the lower part of the park, the gardens, represent the legs. That would be the crotch downward, the part of the body that connects you to materiality, while the part above that represents the spiritual centers that need to be initiated before a person can awaken. There are several
way harder than it needs.